And if it's not too much to ask, or may I request the people sitting behind to please fill up the front seats. So that we give chance to the people coming later to occupy the seats behind. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know it's not a church setup, but when we are attending conferences or sessions like these, a lot of times we don't get to bother on who's sitting next to us. Just do me a favor, tell the next person good morning and welcome. Yes, good morning and welcome. Thank you. Just 2 points on our house rules to take note of. The first one is, as we start the proceedings, I would request all participants to ensure that our phones are on silent or vibration so that we avoid disrupting the proceedings. The second rule is that for those of us who are here for the first time, our restrooms, when you use this exit, as you're going to the main entrance there, on your left-hand side, you'll find the gents, and the second one is the ladies. So those are 2 house rules that I wanted to just make mention. You can't be a great You can't be great or a great city without great public and private partnership. These are the words spoken by Jody Botfo. A very good morning to you all participants that are here today attending this 2023 EIF Nilaleg Public-Private Partnership Conference, the long-anticipated conference. I think you agree with me on this one. I would like to welcome you all to this 2023 conference, as well as colleagues, stakeholders joining online. This is a vital platform dedicated to addressing Namibia's biodiversity funding gaps through integrated landscapes, initiatives, and sustainable financing in the state of regional forests. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, represents an opportunity to shape the future of biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation, and sustainable financing in Namibia. With the compelling theme, fostering prosperity through public-private collaboration, pioneering the integrated landscape financing approach, your presence here today reaffirms our commitment to addressing the environmental challenges our nation and the broader community keeps to face. Our discussions for the session or the conference today will embrace the principles of environmental stewardship, economic growth, social inclusion. Our conference will serve as a platform to celebrate, to share, and create some synergies between diverse stakeholders, fostering prosperity not just within our regions, but also on a global scale. Directing today's proceedings, my name is Melba Maboko Sitwala, the IUM University Librarian. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I encourage you all to please participate, share your valuable insights, your knowledge, your expertise, so that we can help forge new connections. Together, indeed, we will help to unlock the full potential of public-private collaboration and chart a path towards a more prosperous, sustainable, and inclusive future. Let us embark on this remarkable, long-awaited conference with a shared commitment to pioneering positive change. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Carl Aribib, the Chief Operations Officer for EIF, to come and give us the welcoming remarks before we start our proceedings. Mr. Carl Aribib, sir. A big hand of applause to our... That wasn't good enough. I feel we are not happy. Thank you.
Good morning. Colleagues, why are we not doing the traditional anthems today? Is there any reason? Is it because the ministers are not here? Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Morning, colleagues. Again, sorry, I choked before as Melba was about to invite me. So I'll try and manage my voice. I'm actually representing the EIF, which is the, what is the GEF word? In GCF, we would have said delivery partner but one of the partners in the Nilaleg project, who's having the lead responsibility in this arrangement for the component under which we are getting together today. So I have a speech here that, a short and focused speech that is basically aimed at welcoming you all. It is quite formal, but I'll try and paraphrase just to make it less formal and and straight to the point. And it reads as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and stakeholders, it is with great pleasure and excitement that I welcome you to the EIF Nilaleg Public-Private Partnership Conference on addressing Namibia's biodiversity funding gaps through the integrated landscape initiatives and sustainable financing in the state and regional forests. I stand here before you representing the three partners involved in this project, namely the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, the United Nations Development Programme, and the Environmental Investment Fund. Today's gathering is not just a conference, it is a testimony to our shared commitment to the sustainable future of Namibia's landscapes, her people, and her biodiversity. The Nilaleg project, which we proudly support as EIF, embodies the spirit of integrated landscapes management, a holistic approach that recognizes the interdependence of nature, communities, and economic development. Namibia's rich natural heritage is at the heart of our identity, but it is also an invaluable resource that, if managed wisely, can lead to prosperity for all. The Nilaleg project's mission to reduce poverty, to protect our forests, and to promote sustainable nature-based livelihoods aligns perfectly with our vision of a more resilient and thriving Namibia. Today, we come together to explore the potential of public-private partnerships, in short PPPs, and collaborative initiatives to drive sustainable development. We acknowledge some of the challenges we face, such as poverty reduction, biodiversity conservation, and food production. Okay, let me repeat. We acknowledge that some of the challenges we face, such as poverty eradication, biodiversity conservation, and food production, demand innovative solutions that transcend sectoral boundaries. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to assess the current landscape of public and private investments in integrated landscape management, ILM in short. We will explore the feasibility of PPAs for ILM and nature-based enterprises. We aspire to transform funding models to empower our youth and to stimulate development. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, we are determined to overcome those obstacles that hinder private sector engagement in biodiversity value chains and green businesses. Our collective effort today will not only enhance our understanding of these complex issues, but will also pave the way for practical strategies and collaborations. Together, we aim to unlock the untapped potential within our state and regional forests, contributing to sustainable financing, green economic growth, and socio-economic development in Namibia. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the true power of any conference lies in the partnerships it fosters and the actions it inspires. We have gathered as a diverse group of participants representing the private sector, the public sector, and various developmental agencies. This diversity is our strength, and it reflects the shared responsibility we bear for our nation's future. Ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you all to engage, share your insights, and collaborate actively during the conference. Let us work together to shape a more sustainable and prosperous Namibia for the generations to come. The challenges we face are significant, but the opportunities are also boundless, and our commitment is unwavering. Thank you for your dedication, and I wish us all a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you for those welcoming remarks from Mr. Carl Aribeb. Another hand of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. He spoke so well, and he highlighted key issues. He spoke about poverty reduction, improving livelihoods. And the next speaker I'm about to call is going to highlight on some of the key words or outcomes that the project is striving to achieve. We wouldn't be here today without our donor agencies. It is a true testament that through them, through their efforts, some of us are able to get jobs, livelihoods are enriched at the grassroots level. So without wasting much of your time, I would like to call upon a person that is going to give remarks on behalf of the United Nations Development Program, Ms. Wadamo Kaura, the program specialist, to come and give us remarks on behalf of UNDP. A very big hand of applause for her as she comes. She's coming from behind, so let us make that welcoming atmosphere for her. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies, or Mistress of Ceremonies. These days you never know. Director of Ceremonies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming today and joining us. Members of the media, and of course, I want to see who will be accorded the protocol. Oh, it's Mr. Sebeya there. Kidding. So all protocol observed. Yeah, so I stand before here today with deep honor to speak at this pioneering forum. This is just a start, which looks at the spirit of public-private partnership and unwavering commitment of our global environmental objectives. Because I think at the end of the day, we all share one planet and we all share one main objective. This is a remarkable initiative championed by the Environmental Investment Fund on behalf of the Nilaleg project through the Ministry of Environment and Tourism, holds the promise of reshaping our approach in addressing critical biodiversity funding gaps through integrated landscape initiatives and sustainable sustainable financing in our state and regional forest. I think those of us who look at various funding mechanisms and various innovative funding windows, we sometimes see a lot of funding mainly talking to climate finance, but we hardly ever hear on issues of biodiversity financing. So this is a good platform for us to come and to really look at all those different funding mechanisms and look at how can the private sector also come in and shape this type of funding. And we also thank our donor, the Global Environmental Facility, in ensuring that the Nilaleg project and other projects within the country focus on these biodiversity-related issues. We find ourselves at a pivotal juncture, grappling at the challenges of not only climate change, but also biodiversity loss. And luckily for us, recently we also have had the regulations of access and benefit sharing. And so this is also a good platform to look at some of these issues. And these challenges demand collective and coordinated efforts, which we have always advocated through integrated approaches to address sustainable development and conservation of our biodiversity. Like recently, the Global Environmental Facility has called out a number of has a number of funding windows in which they emphasize on integrated programming, so that all the different sectors of society can come together and we program together rather than work in silos. As a key player in the United Nations global agenda, UNDP is unwavering in its dedication to support countries in a path to sustainable development, and it's also our core for our mission lies in our firm belief in partnership and innovative solutions. So we are glad that this platform has been finally set up today, and we look forward to the deliberation. And also, we also want to highlight our work we have done on carbon markets, and one of the key areas on issues of carbon markets is issues on forestry. We currently have consultants, and also through the Ministry of Environment, the Directorate of Forestry out there, working on issues of carbon financing through our community forest and state forest. And also central to innovation and sustainability of this platform, like I said, it's carbon trading, and the private sector emerges as a pivotal force in this sphere, driving emission reduction with its operations and investing in projects that mitigate emissions, because without any private sector investment in carbon markets, I do not think that will really make such a huge dent. And let us not forget the partnership that we want to create with our local communities and NGOs, so that through local communities, through public-private partnership, the private sector can leverage the community's resources, their knowledge and innovation to create lasting positive impacts. In this context, the Nilaleg projects means not only in preserving our forest, but also our ecosystem, but also improving the well-being of the communities and diversification of their livelihood. So in my conclusion, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to your dedication and commitment to this vital cause. I want to thank the EIF colleagues for setting up such a wonderful platform, and also for those colleagues who are joining online, and we look forward to, like I've already indicated, to the deliberation. Together we have the capacity to transform this platform into a pioneering symbol that can be achieved when we unite, harnessing innovation to secure the future of our planet and driving economic growth, green growth in Namibia. So I want to thank you so much. Colleagues, I think I didn't want to formalize these remarks too much, just because we are here and we're all here as technical people, and we're here with the private sector, and we're here to ensure that we get our hands dirty, and we look at the different financing options and innovative approaches that we have to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another hand of applause for Ms. Wadamo. Powerful statements from our donor agency, UNDP. As she has cited in her key remarks that we do not need to work in silos, we have witnessed quite a number of activities that have been implemented successfully through the Nilaleg project. But today we are here to contribute to knowledge and not to witness. So this is just a true testament that your contribution, your individual expertise and skills will contribute immensely to the resounding success of this conference. Next up, we have some speakers joining online. They will share their best practices and lessons learned in resource mobilization for environmental protection, with a focus on how these strategies can be replicated in Namibia. I'll call upon Dr. Janita Badu from the South Africa Green Fund to give us her remarks, or rather her presentation, on some of the key lessons and best practices achieved. Dr. Janita Badu is the Senior Policy Advisor for the Sustainability Programs and Projects. Over to you, Doc. Thank you. She's joining us online.
Of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, previously known as the Department of Environmental Affairs, will provide you with a perspective of how, the lessons contributing to your program could actually strengthen certain initiatives along the way. So I'm going to share my screen. If I do have challenges with it, I will request for Benedette to please assist. Thanks. I'm going to switch the video off. Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
On Zoom, yes, but on the screen, not yet. Thank you.
Okay.
We are able to see your screen, Doc. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. So we started with the process of actually getting the fund set up, but in order to actually get to this point, we had to do a lot of preliminary steps in order to get allocation through the public system way back in 2011, and the Minister of Finance announced this officially in his budget speech at the time. He allocated an amount of 800 million South African rands and a 2-year period. In discussions with the Treasury, we decided to appoint the Development Bank of Southern Africa as our implementing agent to undertake the work that was required in making these the difference. Now, noting, I want to quickly mention that it was a high-risk fund that was set up in order to transition the economy for South Africa itself, and in addition to addressing market weakness. So this was an activity that required for us to determine whether the market was ready at that point prior to setting up of the fund, and we found that the private sector was indeed in that space, and we undertook a request for proposals from the private sector, and it amounted to more than 10 million US South African rands in projects work that were submitted for consideration. But this was just part of testing the markets to identify whether or not the market was ready to receive such a fund as well. So moving on, what I must emphasize is that we did not set up a legal entity, meaning we did not set up a special purpose vehicle. This fund was allocated through the National Treasury as a sub-program to the department. Now, the key steps that we had to undertake was obviously to set up a memorandum of agreement between the contracting parties, determine the scope of work and the obligations that were required by the contracting parties, setting up of a governance structure and the terms of reference against which this governance structure, which was the management committee or otherwise known as the MANCOM, was set up, and then ensuring that this project management unit, which would implement the fund on behalf of the department, was also equally resourced, not with finances, but also with human resources that were capable to undertake the work. The next step was to determine the sectors that would be supported by the fund itself, and of course the branding. And if you see at the bottom of the slide in the center, there is a logo. So that was the Green Fund logo, and it's still being utilized to date. Now, with regard to the green economy components that we considered, apart from the multiple number of sectors, we had three key components which received finances. And firstly, it was the investment projects. This was the amount of funds allocated to the investment projects were obviously the largest. Secondly, research and development output, given that the green economy way back in 2010, 2011 was still new and required more research to be undertaken. And then thirdly, capacity development imperatives to ensure that we were also equally capacitating the stakeholders who were involved in this space. So we've spent a lot of time also reflecting on the Green Fund itself, how it was functioning, what were some of the challenges, what did we need to tighten up on. And we undertook two independent studies. One was on governance and management. So it was an external review of the fund on how it was functioning, what needed to be addressed. And then secondly, we also undertook a review of the portfolio that we were managing to ensure that it was addressing what the objectives and the purpose of the fund was. So taking these studies into consideration also allowed us to reflect on, so what exactly is the mandate, the purpose, or the objective of the fund going forward? We also went through a period, a 2-year review period, wherein we did not add further projects onto the portfolio because we needed to take into consideration some of the findings that were coming out of these independent reviews as well. So on the screen, you will see some of the publications. The annual report, it was a requirement which needed to be published on a regular basis during the period that the fund was under implementation, with the DVSA reporting to the department. Now, moving on to the limitations of the fund, one of the criticisms which we received was that if we're targeting the private sector, then we would have to get an independent body and not necessarily the public sector chairing the management committee. This management committee was chaired at the highest level, which was our Director General of the department, who was responsible for chairing the management committee that took place on a quarterly basis. Over and above that, we also sought to position the bank, assisted the bank with regard to the accreditation to both the GEF as well as the GCF, and it is now an accredited implementing agent with regard to these two multilateral funded funds. Then the frequency of meetings, as I mentioned earlier on. The other question was with regard to, was it too often that the team was meeting to take discussions? We also had the flexibility of ad hoc meetings where decisions needed to be taken. And then accountability, who accounts for the funds that are reflected on the books, given that it was a sub-program of the department and we worked on the transfer system with the DBSA. I mentioned the human resource capacity. One of the recommendations put forward was, should it be a performance-based system, wherein successful projects that have reached bankability stage and moved on to implementation should actually, the project management team should be drawing down based on that. We worked on a percentage of the total portfolio and thereafter just worked on reimbursement for the human resources who were working within the project management team. Beyond 2014, we, as I mentioned earlier on, we looked to review as well as strengthen the Green Fund. One of the key criticisms we received was on the wide range of sectors that the fund was actually focusing on. So spreading the finances that have been allocated much thinly instead of concentrating it to a fewer number of sectors and ensuring that the impact would be much greater at the end of the day. And then moving on, it was regarding the eligibility criteria, public versus private. This was one of the key issues which was raised during the portfolio analysis, which was also undertaken independently. And we had to ensure that lines were not crossed with regard to projects that could be funded through the public sector versus totally private sector projects. And then the scale of the projects, in order to make an impact in transitioning to a low-carbon economy, obviously, whilst you pilot projects to determine the success of it, you'll have to also take into consideration what the potential is for scale-up of these projects in the medium to long term. So it required for forward thinking in that regard in terms of informing the due diligence process as well. Noting, as I mentioned earlier on, that it was a high-risk fund that was set up at the time and it was catalytic in nature. So it was, the purpose of the fund was to come in, demonstrate the potential, and thereafter die down its role as a catalytic fund. And then finally, on decision-making, withdrawal of support, a termination on non-performing projects, etc. So looking at the timelines that would be by when such decisions would be taken. So since April 1st, 2020, we've handed over the Green Fund to the Development Bank of Southern Africa. The only involvement that we do have with the fund is through biannual meetings that we take with the DBSA through a strategic steering committee, and basically we are informed of the projects that are coming online, the scale of the projects, the sectors within which these projects have been taken into consideration, the amount of co-financing coming in. So what you will note from the beginning of the presentation to now, it was about buying down risk and ensuring that there was definitely a crowding in of investment as the fund was maturing. Over and above that, it also, with the new terms of reference, requires for technical advisory committees that could be set up in order to inform and strengthen the technical expertise or support that may be required. And participants would be both public as well as private. And then the portfolio management, which would be the role of the of the DBSA itself. And I mentioned the accreditation by both GCF and GEF. The objectives of the fund have changed slightly. Firstly, to use the Green Fund to catalyze economy-wide scale-up for green investments, ensuring that there is adequate support in developing projects to bankability stage as well as implementation. And thereafter, obviously, as the projects progress, ensuring continuous monitoring and evaluation. As I mentioned earlier on, from high risk to buying down risk. And one way of doing it was to crowd in on investments. And then finally, align the fund to the multilateral environmental agreements, which South Africa is a signatory to ensure that sustainable development imperatives are being addressed together with climate change. Now, my recommendations, which I'm putting forward for Namibia for consideration if they have to be setting up a forestry fund. Firstly, the alignment to existing legislation. Secondly, determining the risk levels, at which level should this fund participate. The type of fund, whether it's independent, a legal entity, or is it a sub-program within the Ministry for Environment. The resourcing of the fund, both taking into consideration the financial as well as human resource requirements. The ownership issue, which I mentioned with regard to the Green Fund. The duration of the fund, what is the objective and the purpose of the fund. What role is it supposed to play? Is it catalyzing change within the private sector, etc.? And then the independent reviews definitely address some of the blind spots that one may be too close to notice. And in the setting up of the fund itself, you have to ensure that you have lead times. But noting the fact that you do have the Environmental Investment Fund, and I am aware that colleagues from the institution have engaged with the DBSA as well on a regular basis. So I would like to leave you with those thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. That was a very insightful presentation. What I like about this conference is that it's not only Namibian-based, but we are also tapping the knowledge and expertise from our well-experienced expertise from our neighboring countries. Thank you very much. Any questions for Doctor? She will be leaving soon, so that's why we changed the program a little bit. Any questions? Everything was clear? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead. The microphone, please. She left us with a food of thought. Are we thinking about that? There are recommendations that have been suggested for Namibia. Okay,
All right.
You can go ahead.
Good morning, Doc, and thank you so much for that insightful presentation. Very, very interesting and something that we can probably, all of us as Namibians, think about it. I just had a question around the establishment of the fund. From your presentation, you indicated that the fund was established in 2010, April, but was the fund established for the purpose of handing over to the bank, or was that just an idea that came along as the fund went in its operations? That is one thing I want to find out, because basically it seems like the way you were sounding in a presentation seems like there was a smooth transition from the establishment of the fund and the handover to the development bank, and perhaps also just for the doctor to share experience, how was that transition all together for us? That is one. Two is around the resourcing, and she did indicate clearly that it's something that we should also think about as we impact upon thinking of the forest fund for Namibia, the resourcing as well. Is that, was it known from the onset? Was it decided from onset how this fund was going to be resourced? Or is it something that also took different turns as the years went by?
Doc, do you want to answer those two questions?
I want to indicate is that, firstly, the fund was established and set up in 2012. We spent many years prior to that lobbying with the Treasury itself, making the case for increase in budget for the sector itself, undertaking the market analysis to determine whether the market was ready to receive such a fund, because in undertaking that exercise, we were able to determine whether the fund would actually be utilized by the private sector. There wasn't necessarily a smooth transition. As I indicated earlier on, there was a reflection period for 2 years. Actually, we did not add onto the portfolio because we reflected on what was on the portfolio, made the case for whether the projects that were supported were indeed requiring of such support, because of all of these funds being coming through from the public sector, or public purse for that matter. Secondly, with regard to the fund itself, it was set up with the intention that it was a catalytic fund. So at that time, with setting up the fund, there was no intention for the fund to continue beyond a 3-year period. We actually motivated to the Treasury to increase the finances as well and the timelines, because in order to determine the impact of any initiative, you need at least 3 to 5 years to get a sense of whether it's working or not. And then with regard to your second question, we did not envisage that the fund would continue, but there's definitely a need there to provide the private sector with a fund of this nature to access as concessional loans if it is a business case. There's still a need for capacity development. There's still a need for research and development. So the fund continues to operate, but it is now much more independent to the department, and we just provide strategic oversight on the fund.
Thank you very much. Are you satisfied? Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Can someone just hand him the microphone?
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. What I pick up is that what you said is that one of the main objectives of the fund is green investment. I just want to find out whether the fund has also a component of social, social component in terms of funding community-based projects.
Doc, did you hear the question?
Yes, thanks. So thanks for the question. What I must point out is the fund was not set up to do the work of the public sector. The fund was targeting the private sector. So community-based projects, etc., would fall under the category of, within the space of the public sector and the work that the public sector actually undertakes on a regular basis. However, from an inclusivity perspective, support through the fund, so that means SMMEs who applied to the fund had the case, and projects that were being proposed were interesting enough, were also considered, but it's not necessarily the intention, because community-based projects work on a socioeconomic perspective, whereas with transitioning the economy for South Africa itself, it is the larger players that we want to target as well. And in this case, it is the private sector. You want them to make that difference. You want them to invest into the economy itself, and you want them to transition to a low-carbon economy with regard to responsible business conduct as well. So whilst I still have the floor, Madam Chair, I just want to quickly respond to the question that was posed by Tawanda. What I would want to indicate is that it definitely makes sense to focus the fund more strategically and target fewer sectors for support. That way, growing the portfolio and determining the impact in the medium to long term actually increases, but there are those exceptions. So depending on what the national challenges may be that you want to address through a particular fund that you're setting up, it would be a decision entirely on that particular institution in terms of whether the fund is set up for an exclusive purpose to provide specific sectors for transition, for example, renewable energy or nature-based solutions, etc. So it just depends on what the key objective of the fund should be. But it's definitely been a learning curve for us to cut down on the number of sectors that we're being supported through the Green Fund. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Doctor, please don't get tired. We'll be knocking on your door for guidance. Thank you so much. Another hand of applause to our doctor for giving us an insightful presentation. Next up to speak and giving us the Zambian perspective is Mr. Davis Kashole, the Principal Forestry Officer for the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment in Zambia. Mr. Davis Kashole, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for offering me the opportunity to share with you our Zambian experience in terms of setting up the Forest Development Fund. I didn't prepare a specific presentation, but I'll share with you what we've done so far in terms of actualizing the Forest Development Fund. So if that is fine, I can. I'll switch off my mic, but I'll proceed to share with you what we've done as Zambia so far.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. To start with, I wish to indicate to you that for Zambia, the Forest Development Fund is actually embedded in our Forestry Act number 4 of 2015. So the fund was actually set up in 2015 when the act was reviewed, and the purpose of the fund is to support forest management for regeneration and tree planting, then development and management of forests and trees to achieve a sustainable ecological balance, promotion of community-based forest management practices, research in the forestry sector, and any other matters that may be important in terms of supporting sustainable forest management. So that is actually the purpose for which the fund has been set up, and this is actually embedded in our legislation. So to just share with you what actually prompted us, of course, to set up this fund is that before 2015, we had other provisions which the government was supporting in terms of providing finance for forestry development. So these were more or less like schemes for credit to be given to individuals that would want to invest in activities that relate to forestry management. So the funds ran for some years. I think that is from 2003 to up to 2005. And then later on, government abolished individual funds that pertain to each sector, because we had these schemes for different sectors. Like, for example, tourism sector had one, the forest sector had one, youth empowerment, they had one. So government made a decision to put all these funds together and created what we have now as the Citizen Economic Empowerment Fund. So that is what we have now as a major funding for those that would want to get funding that is of credit in nature. But then it was still felt that for the forestry sector, we needed to still have a specific fund that should be able to support certain aspects that usually might not receive adequate budgetary allocation from government in a particular budget year. And these needs for Zambia were research, that is forest research, support to community forest management, and regeneration and tree planting activities. These, if you may agree with me, that these usually are long-term in nature and require specific funding that should be able to catalyze the addressing of issues that pertain to these sectors. So that is the process which we went through, but the actual operationalization of the fund only came into effect in 2023. The Zambian government provided catalytic money to kickstart the fund in 2023, amounting to about 12 million Zambian kwacha, which is equivalent to about close to about $600,000 US. So that is what we have for this year, and what we are doing now is, of course, developing detailed on the fund, and once these guidelines are adopted through, of course, some consultations with some stakeholders, we are hoping that we are going to develop a regulation that should now define in detail what the fund will be used for. you may wish to agree with me that at the time when we were developing this fund, there were other sources of financing that were not considered at that particular time. And these relate to issues of benefit sharing mechanisms. These are funds that are coming through programs such as the emission reduction programs and projects. So we are hoping that all these funds that are coming out of those mechanisms can also be injected in the fund. I didn't mention some of the sources of funding that are in the Act. I wish to mention that the Act provides that the funds that should be allowable to be in the fund are those funds that are approved by Parliament for purposes of having the fund. The second one is voluntary contributions to the fund from any person. And then the third one is grants from any source within or outside Zambia, with the approval, of course, of the minister responsible for green economy and environment. And then D, interest arising out of any investment that the fund might wish to venture into. So that is what we've done for Zambia. But I would indicate that in terms of challenges, of course, it has taken long to convince government to really put in place the catalytic funds to be able to kickstart the fund, which now has been done, and we are good to go. In terms of general recommendation for our colleagues, our neighbors, Namibia, is that I think for you also need to think about aligning the fund which you are intending to develop to the national legislation of the country, and also to the priority areas in the sector that really require funding which is necessary, especially for long-term investments, like issues to do with forest research, support to community forest management, and regeneration of forests. Yeah. So our thinking is that you should also think about aligning your fund to addressing this type of investments. I think that is what I thought we could share with you. Basically, the position is that we have just received the funding in 2023 to be able to catalyze it. So we are yet to also experience other issues in terms of how we move forward with the fund. But otherwise, it is embedded in the law, and it is it's good to go now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Mr. Davis from Zambia, giving us the scenario of the Zambian situation. Any questions for the presenter? It was all clear. Okay. Microphone, please.
Good morning, Mr. David.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
Okay, my name is Vitalio Angula.
I'm okay, and you?
I'm good. My name is Vitalio Angula. I'm with the media. You mentioned that, the funding that the fund got from government was $600,000 US. The event here is called, it has to do with funding gaps. Would you say that that funding was actually sufficient for you to carry out what you wanted to do? And also, do you have any recommendations of the total amount of funding that Namibia would need if you are knowledgeable of the funding needs in Namibia? Is there like an amount that you can put on that this is maybe how much Namibia would need to reach its objectives? Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Davis.
Yes, thank you very much. In terms of adequacy of the fund, I would say that this 600,000 US dollars which we've received is only like an injection to kickstart the implementation of the forest development fund. It is not in itself adequate for the fund to be fully operational. It is just, we actually requested for more in terms of what we needed. We actually requested about 34 million. I think that's what I remember. Of course, I don't have the other document to be able to show, but we requested for something close to that, but government was only able to appropriate 12 million kwacha for 2023. We are hoping that in the 2024 budget, another amount or equivalent to the same is going to also be appropriated to be able to help us put in place a lot of things that the forest sector needs in Zambia for it to become so vibrant. For Namibia, well, I may not really understand very well some of the aspects that you may need the fund for. That's why in our recommendations we were mentioning that you may need to look at what are the things that you are really prioritizing that should be in the fund. For us, our thinking has been that we have those aspects of forestry management that are long-term in nature, and usually government will not always provide adequate funding for them, like forest research, supporting community forest management, and then issues of managing our natural forests and also tree planting. Usually these are long-term, they require long-term investments that should run for a period of time. So for such things, we felt that this should be what should be embedded in the fund. And I think for Namibia, I foresee that I think you can also think about looking at it from that direction, looking at maybe the amount of forest cover which you have, and also maybe other environmental factors that you have as a country. I think for me, you may also be in a position to get more than the 12 million kwacha which Zambia has received, like in the 2023 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's another? Okay. Can someone read for me? The microphone, please. I think while we are waiting, I also have a question from the communications perspective. I come to realize that organizations and as projects, countries, we are doing so well and so much, yet we lack visibility. What is your advice to us? This is a question posed to the presenters and as well as the media houses. How can we ensure visibility of our work? Since this conference is talking about collaboration, what is your advice to us to ensure that whatever we do on the ground, the impact initiated is also seen and made visible? The media house, any guidance? We are talking about collaboration, and there's so much that projects and organizations, ministries do, but yet there's no visibility. There's less visibility, not no visibility. I stand to be corrected. Just how well can we chant the way forward to ensure that everything that we do is more visible? Thank you. Sorry, Bernadette.
Yeah, for me, I don't think there is a problem with visibility. There is a lot of visibility. I know about the Environmental Investment Fund, I know about Nilaleg, but however, I just feel like at many times you speak to us in a language we can't understand. I mean, this is a new field. This is a new, I don't know, is it an industry or a market domain? And a lot of us struggle, like, to understand what are carbon markets. So maybe even a workshop for media would do, so that we can understand what is this climate finance market, what are carbon markets. I think with us, a lot of media, we actually struggle with actually getting hold of all these concepts. That's actually from a personal perspective.
Thank you very much. And very valid point and contribution. There's another contribution? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. These questions are for Mr. Kashole. They go as follows. Would you recommend the basket fund approach to addressing the biodiversity or forestry only? And then the second question here is, how are you dealing with carbon credits or biodiversity credits? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are the questions directed to the two presenters or to everyone? Oh, Mr. Kashole. Okay. Mr. Davis?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, the question of basket funding approach to addressing biodiversity and the forest or forestry only. Well, for us, I think the approach that we've taken is that the Forest Development Fund, which has been provided, is specifically to address challenges which the forestry sector has been facing. Mind you, in most of the developing countries, funding to the forestry sector specific is actually limited in most cases. These other cross-cutting statements that we use, usually they will receive funding, even in terms of projects. You will find that projects that are biodiversity related, funding will always come through. But projects that are specific to forestry, usually, because of their long-term in nature, there is usually limitations in terms of having adequate funding. So for us, the approach we've taken is that the fund will actually address aspects that relate specifically to the forestry sector. With regard to how we are dealing with the carbon credits and the biodiversity credits, I wish to mention that as Zambia, we are still in the process of enacting the Climate Change Act, which is going to stipulate how these funds will actually be accessed in terms of what maybe comes to government, what goes to private sector. So that is actually going to take shape once the Climate Change Act is put in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the last question will come from me. You spoke about the tree planting initiative. I think this resonates very well with the initiative that was launched by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism through the Nilaleg project. But my question now to you is, what is your target? What is your intended target on this initiative? And who are your target audiences?
Yes, thank you very much. Our target in terms of planting is about 2 million hectares that should be planted. But this is also aligning to what aspirations we have as a country in also addressing the regional aspirations. We have the AFRI 100, which we are linking ourselves to. And so our target is actually to contribute to achieving the 2 million hectares that should be planted. So that is our target.
Of our time, that's from our specialist that has been guiding us on the Nilaleg project.
For us, it's up to 2030.
All right.
Up to 2030. We are aligning to our vision 2030. So it's aligned to that, up to 2030.
All right. Thank you. Just hold. There's. All right. Thank you. We just need response from the media visibility just to guide us moving forward. Like, how can we as communications personnel work to ensure that whatever we do, we create visibility of our work? Lord, you can go ahead. That's our Chief Public Relations Officer from EIF.
Yes. Melba, thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We are following indeed the discussions.
Thank you.
And we will be coming to join you shortly. In terms of the question that was raised by Vitaly Angula, is just to say that one of the things that we have also realized is that our local colleagues in terms of the media need to also to be educated when it comes to the issue of them knowing the environmental large. So as one of the inputs that we have taken from the recently concluded stakeholders conference that the Environmental Investment Fund had in July on the 25th, we are in the process of organizing a media day so that we just workshop the media also in terms of educating them on those languages in terms of environmental reporting so that they are also clear, so they also have an indication and a breakdown of the various programs that the Environmental Investment Fund is hosting. At times you get journalists are not able to quantify between the EDA projects, the IREMA project, the Nilaleg project. They just refer to say that project that is managed by EIF, but they're quite a lot. And I think the onus is also on us. If we want to get better visibility, I do agree with a colleague that we definitely are in the process of hosting them so that they can have better understanding in terms of reporting when it comes to the different environmental projects that are hosted, implemented by the EIF, and also through its developmental partners. So definitely we are in the process and we'll be engaging them in the near future to see how we can both collaborate so that we can all benefit from that mileage that we want. EIF wants that mileage. The reporters also want to have a better understanding. If they have a better understanding, they are also better able to cover our activities. So I think thank you very much for pointing that out, and we will be in touch in the near future so that we can just be able to engage.
Thank you very much. I think that was a valid contribution because I realized even when I worked as a communications personnel on the Nilaleg project, this is one of the key areas that we struggled with a lot in terms of just how do we accelerate on our visibility of all our project outputs. So thank you very much for what EIF is planning to have. And we hope we will be part of the workshop so that we can also benefit and also go and do remarkable things in our respective workplaces. So without further ado, I think we've been sitting for too long. Can we just stand a bit? There's another question. Oh, sorry, last question. Mr. Tawanda. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, and just a quick one. I'm Joseph Alsiku from National Planning Commission. I just have a quick question to Mr. Kashole.
Yes.
I think he advised that for Namibia, we should align our funds to the national priorities. So I just wanted to find out from the Zambian perspective, is there a mechanism for reporting on the funds alignment with national priorities and its progress towards achieving them?
Thank you, Mr. Davis. That was your question.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, it is actually aligned to the 8th National Development Plan, which Zambia has now. So it is actually linked. Thank you.
Is your question answered? The reporting mechanism, is it?
the reporting mechanism, the way the reporting mechanism is structured for our 8th National Development Plan is that we have what are called sectoral advisory groups that will meet quarterly. Of course, at the provincial level, we have what are called provincial development coordinating committees, which will meet and consolidate and provide reporting to the national level. And at national level, the sectoral advisory groups will also meet and then report to what is called the National Development Coordinating Committee, which is a national body. So that is how the reporting is done. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Was your question answered? Thank you very much. Last question from Mr. Aribib.
Thank you, Madam. Is it Mistress of Ceremony or the? Yeah, mine is really not a question, but I want to engage the media colleague who lamented the technical language that we use, which is partially true, but it's not something that we as practitioners can help. That is the language of the sector. What I miss also, if I can also reflect on some of the shortcomings that I see in reporting in Namibia, reporting in general, is that our colleagues may benefit from not only focusing on copies of the speeches that are delivered and regurgitating those speeches, but in some form of deeper analysis. Some of us get exposed to journalism when we work in other countries, in South Africa, in Kenya, Western countries I cannot mention, where in an event of this nature, our reporters would come with a lot of background information already researched and be asking us questions. So the burden is also on us, not only on us to make it easier for our media colleagues to understand the language and the jargon, but the burden is equally also on our friends from the media to dig a little deeper, to prepare a little more rigorously, and also not to take what we present here as the gospel. You know, so that will balance the scales. My colleague Lord said that it's the visibility that EIF needs, but for us it's more than our visibility. It's more than, it is the case of educating the public about the work we do, the results that we claim, are they true? And also the opportunities that we bring. And our visibility is secondary. So in that equation, we'd also every time challenge our media colleagues to do little more than just collecting speeches and presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful contribution. So it's supposed to be vice versa and not a one-man show. I hope that's a takeaway for our media people. Moving on to the program, before I call upon the next speaker, I would request everyone to just stand up. I know the room is a bit hot. Let's just stand and just move a bit. We stretch. Let's stretch. Anna there is taking the lead. Let's stretch. Let's stretch. We are going to get too much information, and we don't want this information to be diluted, so we want everyone's concentration to be 100%. So thank you very much. Up next, I would like to invite someone who will speak on the perspectives of the EIF, the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia, Ms. Bernadette Shalumbu, to give us their lessons learned, what the institution does, their best practices adopted that we can also replicate in our respective organizations. Thank you. Ms. Bernadette, please.
Good morning, everyone. Just giving the IT few minutes to load this presentation. My name is Bernadette Shalumbu. I work with the Environmental Investment Fund. I'm in the Operations Department, Manager Programs and Programming. And my presentation today is just to give you the value proposition of the EIF as the fund overall. And as we are going into the deliberations in terms of the fund that the Nilaleg project wants to establish, what does EIF bring to the table? All right, thank you so much. All right, so I know I have 4 eyes, but I still can't see that screen there. So I'll just, I'll use my laptop also in between. So the EIF really was established through an act of parliament in 2001 by the government of the Republic of Namibia. EIF was established as a specialized resource mobilization entity in the environmental and climate financing landscape. We are based in Windhoek, but we operate countrywide. We are also the 19th entity to be accredited to the Green Climate Fund. This was done in 2016, and we are the second direct access entity at country level delivery. EIF prouds itself as the first GCF accredited entity to successfully integrate gender into its operations and procedures. We are furthermore the 4th entity to be re-accredited to the same Green Climate Fund, and the accreditation master agreement for this was signed in 2022. The EIF has also introduced environmental fiscal reforms through taxation incentive-based Namibia. All right, the mandate of the EIF is primarily for resource mobilization, for investment towards natural resource management, biodiversity conservation, as well as climate change. The proceeds from these resources are deployed through a blended mix of financial instruments. Here we target mostly grants, loans, bursaries, sponsorships, as well as equity, as well as other financial aid. And we work mostly with our NGOs, CBOs, state organs, private sector individuals, so a wide range of stakeholders, really. The mission of the EIF, EIF was set up, I've explained, to promote sustainable economic development in Namibia through investment and promotion of activities and projects that protect and maintain the natural environmental resource of the country. We do this through mobilizing funding for the maintenance of an endowment fund, which will generate sustainable income. And then this income, once raised, is then invested into activities and projects which then promote the sustainable use and efficient management of natural resources that then benefit Namibia. Our investment focus, 4 broad categories: climate change, looking at both mitigation as well as adaptation; waste management, this looking into recycling policy support; biodiversity conservation, as well as combating land degradation. So the 3 categories, they are the ones that are aligned to the 3 Rios Convention that the government has signed up for, and the waste management component is brought on by the fact that we are then receiving the plastic levies from the Ministry of Finance. All right, so these are just some statistics from the annual report in terms of what are some of the achievements of the fund worth noting. To date, the EIF has accessed more than 3 billion Namibian dollars through development partners to support adaptation and other initiatives in the country. 6 million Namibian dollars of income has been generated from different enterprises. EIF has 258 community-based and individual grants that were awarded at more than 580 million Namibian dollars. 950 employment opportunities were created. 92 nature-based enterprises were created as well, and of these 92, 44 are in 23 constituencies. So these are some of the statistics from our annual report. So how do we operate? We work through national as well as international partners, your government, civil society, DFIs, private sector bilateral agencies, to design and develop projects and programs that we then implement at project level. And then also the services that we offer as the fund is that we have fund administration. We are also a hosting entity for some of the institutions who want to either implement projects or just use our fund for financing purposes, and we also offer technical assistance. This last slide here is just showing the partners that we have worked with. It's by no means exhaustive. These are just some of them that could fit on here. But of course, as we then move into the agenda of the day, we are welcome as a fund to see how best we can place the forestry fund within the operations of the EIF. And with that, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much. So I hope and trust that we have heard what EIF does, what it has acquired, what it has achieved so far, and what they still intend to do. Any questions for Ms. Bernadette? Any contributions, recommendations, suggestions from the participants? Are we satisfied? Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Axel.
Just as a matter of interest, as a percentage, how much of the EIF's funding comes from within Namibia?
Microphone, please. Thank you.
Lord, maybe you can help me on this one. The question being raised by Doctor is in terms of percentage, how much of the funding comes from within Namibia?
Yes, Bernadette, thank you very much. I'm not sure if I can give you a specific figure, but I think what I can definitely be able to share is that over the number of years, really to a large extent, funding from internal sources within Namibia has really been on a decline. What I can also share in terms of lessons learned is that there used to be a point in time, some 2-3 years ago, that for every $1 that we had received from government commitment, we were able to raise about $14. Majority of our developmental financial institutions and partners are mostly coming from outside of Namibia. But however, from the recently concluded stakeholders conference, and I think this also came out, and the UNDP had also highlighted it as part of those discussions, was to highlight, to say that there is a need for the Namibians themselves to be able to finance environmental related projects. So definitely, I think we are looking forward to an opportunity where we can have a large part of funding to come from inside Namibia. That obviously will also become easier in terms of sustainability. It's okay to be able to source funding from the outside, but definitely in terms of our resource mobilization, perhaps that is also a point for consideration to take away, that we need to be able to do more to try and see if we can source funding from within inside Namibia. And I think definitely the opportunities are there, especially with issues of carbon tax, that carbon credits issue, that the framework is currently being busy and it's not yet being finalized. We're hoping that we can be able to also generate sources from within, internally within Namibia as well, other than just depending from outside. But obviously this is an area which is open to discussions with various stakeholders to see as of to where we can be able to source those funding as a country, and specifically perhaps just being channeled through EIF?
Thank you. Doc, is your okay, thank you. Your question is answered. Thank you, Lord. Next up, to help us unpack the integrated management and natural capital accounting is a representative from the Nilaleg project, Ms. Salote Hangome. She was supposed to speak before everyone spoke so that she can set the scene. But irregardless, we welcome you to the podium to help us unpack what integrated landscape management really is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melba, for the floor. I stand by the protocol that has been observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Ms. Melba did indicate, I was supposed to set the scene before the 3 presentations that were presented, but I think sometimes it's needed to change things around a bit. Hey? First we hear from the different speakers, then we set the scene. But having said that, I also believe that I'm not just setting the scene for the theme that has been presented, but actually the scene for the conference to continue up to the end of the day. Today I have the privilege of introducing to you a transformative initiative that holds the potential to redefine the future of our beloved nation, Namibia. The Nilaleg project, an acronym for Namibia Integrated Landscape and Environmental Governance to Eradicate Poverty project, is not just a project. It's a vision for sustainable, prosperous, and an equitable Namibia. It's a very long acronym, and I know a lot of the times I get that question, and most of the time I have to go back and reread what Nilaleg stands for. This is actually what has brought us here today, the Nilaleg project. At its core, the Nilaleg looks at strengthening institutional coordination and governments to eradicate poverty through integrated landscape management. The second component of the project looks at monitoring progress towards environmental targets. Then thirdly, it looks at sustainable financing for integrated landscape management, which is the pillar stone for this conference that we're having today. Lastly, the project looks at knowledge management and impact assessment. So what are the lessons that we are learning from the project, and how do we integrate this, or how do we get lessons from this for either future projects or for the overall implementation of sustainable development in the country? Getting to the core, integrated landscape management is a holistic approach that recognizes the profound interplay between ecosystems, communities, and economies. As we contemplate the challenges posed by climate change, the loss of biodiversity, and the pressing need for equitable growth, integrated landscape management emerges as a framework that unites diverse stakeholders across sectors. It encourages for a collective action, fostering collaboration that surpasses traditional barriers and silos. This approach empowers us to craft solutions that are not one-dimensional, but that harmoniously are woven into the unique fabric of each landscape. Our journey does not stop here. We have to look at integrated landscape management, but how do we finance integrated landscape management? How are we able to account for the activities of integrated landscape management? Natural capital accounting beckons us to recognize the true value of nature's gifts. Imagine being able to quantify the worth of clean air, fertile soil for food production, and the intricate balance of biodiversity. Natural capital accounting is more than just an accounting method. It is a transformation of perspective. It takes nature's invisible contributions and translates them into tangible assets. By understanding the economic value of our ecosystems, we can make informed decisions that promote not only ecological, but also economic resilience. As we journey through the confluence of integrated landscape management and national capital accounting, we recognize that we are at a pivotal juncture. There are tools or principles that empower us to shape a world where development and nature coexist harmoniously. This conference is able to guide us to go through these tools and actually make a plan or have informed policy suggestions for an integrated landscape management approach, but also for a sustainable financing for these approaches. So, as we delve into the actual discussions, let us be mindful of certain principles that we need to consider within our discussions and also within our policy recommendations for integrated landscape management and national capital accounting. First of all, being able to harness different synergies. I indicated that the Nilaleg project looks at institutional governance and coordination. But how can we leverage the combined power of integrated landscape management, being different, which are represented by different governmental institutions? For example, you would have the Ministry of Fisheries, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture. So how do we harness the coordination of these different institutions for an integrated landscape management, then bringing in, for example, other institutions like the Ministry of Finance, so that they were able to achieve a holistic approach to sustainable development? What synergies can be unlocked when these pillars converge? And what successes can we have when we actually harness these different synergies that we have? Beyond the borders. How can we overcome challenges related to jurisdictional boundaries and sectoral silos to ensure effective implementation on a broader scale? How can cross-border collaborations amplify the impact of these efforts, not only looking at cross-border collaborations, but harnessing into the different global initiatives that are currently standing, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals and other conventions like Paris Agreements and other international frameworks. How are we able to access this so that we have a collaborative investment into integrated landscape management? Natural capital accounting offers a way to quantify the value of ecosystems services. But how do we, as a nation, ensure that this valuation accurately captures the true worth of nature's contributions? What innovative methodologies can be employed to refine and improve the processes that have been established? Very important, engaging the private sector. Integrated landscape management financing requires active participation not only from the public sector, but also from the private sector. But how do we create those incentives so that the private sector is incentivized to invest in landscape conservation and especially restoration? What success stories and break practices can inspire private sector involvement? And I think some of these discussions we had earlier with the earlier presentations. But these are very pivotal lessons that we need to, as a country, we need to foster. And maybe the discussions can go ahead for some of the themes and the sessions that we're going to have later. Resilience and adaptation. With climate change posing significant threats to landscapes, how can the integrated approach to integrated landscape management and the insights of natural capital accounting help communities and economies adapt to changing conditions? How can we enhance resilience in the face of uncertainty? The resilience and adaptation principle is closely related to inclusivity, social equality, and stakeholder engagement. How are we able to engage our local communities, our indigenous communities, within the concepts of integrated landscape management to ensure that these communities are not left out. Even in terms of stakeholder engagement, we are not only talking about our communities, our indigenous groups, our civil society. We had a discussion on the media, for example. The media is a very important stakeholder in this whole process, integrated landscape management and national capital accounting. How do we really engage all these different stakeholders in ensuring our goals for integrated landscape management are achieved? But also in addition, how can traditional knowledge and perspectives be integrated into decision-making processes that would eventually contribute to poverty reduction and social equity? Capacity building and knowledge sharing. Both integrated landscape management and natural capital accounting require solid understanding and especially technical capacity to be able to be a success. How can we ensure that communities, policymakers, practitioners, the media, local communities, indigenous people, how do we ensure that they are equipped with the necessary skills to implement and benefit from all these approaches that we are implementing? Lastly, it is important that we have a long-term vision for integrated landscape management and national capital accounting. How do we maintain the momentum and the commitment over time? One of the things that were discussed today, for example, one of the aspects of was tree planting, and the speaker did indicate that they are looking at, or was it to 2030? 2030. So these are very important that we're able to maintain the momentum. And how do we maintain this momentum for over 10 years or even beyond those 10 years? The financial commitment, but also the commitment from the ground for these investments, especially for the private sector and also for government in the midst of economic crises and political pressures as well. Then, once we have achieved all this, once we have looked at all our principles and we have invested them, what are the key performance indicators that can demonstrate our success for integrated landscape management and natural capital accounting? And how do these indicators help us in the lessons that are learned and sharing these lessons beyond even our generations? These discussion points that I just mentioned above are designed to encourage deep and meaningful conversations that explore the various facets, challenges, and opportunities presented by the convergence of integrated landscape management and natural capital accounting. So let us use this platform, the roundtable discussions that we have, to collectively envision a future where all these approaches contribute to a more sustainable and prosperous future for all of us. In unity, let us embark on this journey, one that champions collaboration, innovation, and the profound understanding that our landscapes and our natural capital are the cornerstones of our shared future. Having said that, I would like to thank you all for joining us on this extraordinary exploration. Together, let us navigate the path towards a sustainable world, where our landscapes thrive, our economies flourish, and the nature's legacy is able to endure for many centuries to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our monitoring and evaluation Nilaleg specialist. Another round of applause for her. As earlier indicated, we sincerely apologize that she was supposed to speak before the presenters made the presentation so that she sets the scene for the conference, but we had to make adjustments due to some of the requests that we received, as some of our presenters were only available at that particular time given to them. So thank you very much for bearing with us. So, with so much information, so much knowledge, so much lessons learned. What is our takeaway? Anyone? Takeaways from the presentations, from what we have heard so far. What are we going with after this conference from the presentations that we have heard? Colleagues online, okay, we have Ms. Bernadette going first. Like I said earlier on, we are not here to witness, but we are here to contribute to new knowledge. So even if it's a lesson that we have learned, that we feel we are going to replicate in our respective organizations, it's worth sharing and mentioning. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Melba. I mean, for me, I think key lesson learned is the fact that it is no one institution or government ministry that can pull this off. Yeah. This is a field where we really need everybody to come on board, from the ministry responsible for the forestry product itself, Ministry of Finance, Planning Commission, your development partners, your banks. So it's really, everybody needs to come on board for this to work successfully. That is my take home.
Very true. And well said. I don't want to undilute that statement. Any other person? I just don't want EIF to be speaking. I want to hear more voices. Sorry? Okay.
Yes, my takeaway really, especially from the last presentation, is intergovernmental collaborations and really harnessing those synergies that comes from what needs to be done, and as well as adapting resilience in the time of uncertainty.
Yes. Thank you very much. Another person that wants to contribute? What is our takeaway? Sorry, I know. No, we are EIF. Why are you saying you're not EIF? Nilaleg and EIF is one.
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself.
Yes.
My name is Justine Shipanga Xilishe, Manager for Investor Services at the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There were two that needed to contribute here. Salote? Our takeaway from these sessions.
Thank you. I think the one takeaway that I would really take from here, and I would also think it would be very important for the Nilaleg project to implement, is the aspect of knowledge management. I think it was actually indicated, and I think through this, the project can actually see how they can use the media for this. An important point was raised from the media, that especially the aspect of them sometimes not understanding the concepts, either when reporting on some of these activities and so on. And I think it's an important lesson for us, because the media is our door to the general public outside, for example, of these conferences. People who are not able to attend such events. For the local person, the media is actually our door, our corridor to those people. So I think it's important to harness that aspect, and really to see how we can engage the media so that they are able to understand better and able to converge the messages better to all the different stakeholders, be it at the grassroots level, government or private sector.
Thank you very much. Actually, that was my next contribution to say. I think my takeaway is, I was just reflecting to what my colleague there said, to say they don't understand these technical terminologies. And at the back of my mind, I was thinking, are we really doing enough? What more do we need to do? So that was a very valid contribution, and we are going to take this seriously and see to it that we translate and make sure that you, as the media houses, you also understand these technical terminologies so that we are able to meet each other halfway, because we don't need to work in silos.
All right, thank you so much. I think my take home is basically from the two presenters from South Africa and from Zambia. And while they was presenting, one thing I could pick up is that the Forest Fund idea is a great idea, but then of course it's an opportunity for us to bring in the private sector as well, especially the commercial banks.
Yes.
And really to approach it with caution as a nation, so that we don't put unnecessary pressure on our budgetary resources, because as Africans we're the culture of coming up with something new, but immediately our eye opens wide to the state to say that, okay, fine, they can fund it solely alone. But from here, it's quite clear that this idea of the fund would not be pulled off just by budgetary provision, but it will really need a whole collaboration of different stakeholders. That is one of the takeaways for me.
Thank you very much. I will deliberately put someone on the spot. Can that microphone go to Mr. Nate Sivea? We want to hear your voice. Huh? How can we align whatever we are doing to the national and international agendas? And how do we measure impact of our outputs?
Thank you very much for putting me on the spot. Yes, in terms of alignment, I think it should be very clear that we start at the macro level.
Yes.
What are we doing? I understood the colleague from Zambia mentioning about the alignment to the legislation. Now, in our case, are we aligned to the mandate of the implementing institution? In this case, I think it will be the Minister of Environment, Forestry and
Tourism.
Yes. Now, that is one.
Yes.
In order for us to tap resources from government, because that is the only institution through which government will channel the resources through the mandated institution.
Yes.
To the activities related to environment and forestry. Now, when it comes to development partners, we look at the comparative advantage of each development partner. Nilaleg, of recent, we are talking about the support from the UN agencies. I think, if to be more specific, it will be UNDP. And UNDP is supporting the UMPAF, the framework agreement, which is implemented through the joint action plans. Now, the question is whatever we are doing in line with the joint action plan, which also talks to the current NDP and the implementation, both NDP 5 as well as the HPP 2. In addition to that, as NPC, by our mandate, we solicit resources for priority activities of the nation. And that being the case, we also look at the comparative advantage of different development partners. We don't only source from the traditional development partners that we have, but we can also extend the net to either inactive or new development partners which can come on board. So in terms of alignment, you first talk to the national priorities. Then you align to the activities of the development partners. I hope I'm answering the question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much for your valid contribution. I would want that microphone to go to Ms. Anna, UNDP. No, just a word of advice. Anyone that wants to speak? Your takeaway? UNDP? Oh, Dr. Armstrong. Dr. Axel? Sorry.
Yes, no problem. Melba Axelrod, working as a technical advisor in Nilaleg. I've got two takeaways which were emphasized by our South African and Zambian contributors. The one is the long-term nature of forestry or natural resource related projects, especially in countries that have very distinct seasons, and you cannot in every season do you cannot do throughout the year at an equal pace. You have to adjust to the seasons, and some seasons may not be favorable to what you intend to do, so you have to skip a season, wait for a more favorable season. So the natural resource management projects are long-term in nature, and the project cycle, unfortunately, is not long-term in nature, the financing of NRM projects. So there's a discrepancy there, which is not conducive to achieving the project goals. That's the one takeaway. The other takeaway is the difference between the Zambian and the South African approach to garner outside funding for their natural resource management. The South Africans, in order to ensnare the private sector to contribute, had to change their initial aims and objectives from being very narrow, sector-specific, to greening the economy. The private sector wants to make money. They're not in philanthropy. And therefore, when they realized that, they widened the goals of their fund. Whereas the Zambians are basically having a fund that augments their government budget. And they instituted it this year, so it's a bit early to say, but I wonder how much the Zambian private sector, or private sector in general, will contribute to augmenting a government budget, so that remains to be seen. So these two different approaches is also something that we have to take cognizance of in Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Axel. Last contribution. Takeaway? Any takeaway from the sessions that have been presented so far? Anyone that wants to close off this session? We are all happy. All right. Right up on our program, I would like to request everyone to just come in front so that we can have a group photo before we break for our second tea break. All right. Yes. The online people, there are no contributions though? Okay. Thank you. We want to have a group photo. Please, may I kindly request all the participants to come in front. The online people, please switch on your cameras so that we take a screenshot. Online participants, please switch on your cameras so that we take on the screenshot. The ones that are attending in person, may I kindly request you to all come in front. Here. Thank you. May I kindly request all participants to please come in front so that we have a group photo. Those that didn't have an opportunity to share their takeaway, we can as well chat as we are coming to say, my takeaway from this session is this. Let us remind one another of what we are going with after this conference. The media people, please tell us how you want us to be organized. And everyone should smile. Please, just give me that one. You guys can be behind. Please come in front. Please come in front. Bernadette, are we all in?
Yes. No. Those people on that side can just squeeze in, please. Okay, once you're ready. 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay.
All right. Our tea break is ready. So we may go outside and network, interact, remind of ourselves of what we have learned from the sessions. We can break now for our second tea break. Thank you very much. 15 minutes break. Our second tea break. 12:05, we are all back. Yes.
Yes, I can.
May I request everyone outside to please come in? All right, welcome back. Next up on our program, I think when we were registering for this conference, we saw that there were 3 themes. So what we are going to do now is to break away into 3 groups. And Mr. Tawanda here from EIF will guide us on which theme will be discussed under which room, so that we go and unpack the issues to the respective themes and come back and give feedback to what will be discussed. Mr. Tawanda? Thank you.
Good morning. I would start by just giving you a brief of the different themes, and then from that understanding you can choose where you think you can contribute the most. But I would hope there are some delegates that I've already that we need them to be on different panels because they bring value. Like the NPC, we need them on that resource mobilization panel. So you'll find that we in our themes we were looking at the background around these themes is that the Nilaleg project is under the EIF. It's got 2 components. One component, 2.7, is grants, and then we've got a 3.1 component for the EIF, where the EIF plays the national role. So now you've got 3.1 where we are looking at we need to survey who are the players in the market so that we integrate with them. That was one of the key points there, the outcomes of that 3.1. Second issue was to do with us improving our granting system. How do we improve our grants? How can EIF better deliver the grants to the nation? So that's one of the that's one of the elements there, or the outputs of the Nilaleg projects. The other one is there looking at the feasibility of setting up a community forest fund. And within that feasibility, we did some research on our part, but now we are saying within that research that we have done, it's us, the technocrats, but the project is for the nation. So we want then the different players to then come in and dissect the different options that we have put across for you to now say, okay, is this what we need for Namibia? Is this what we want for our communities? Because the Community Forest Fund is mainly for the communities. And as the previous speakers have actually given us, you've got 2 options. You can have an option where you can make it for private sector, or you have an option where you make it for the communities. So for us, the Community Forest Fund we are really targeting our communities. So we want to look at the options that we have looked at in research, and we will then give back to the panel so that everyone can actually give us feedback on that. And if you registered online, you would see that we were asking you to consent if you want to receive a newsletter. We have noticed that with Nilaleg, there's a lot of information. So if we give you all the information at once, it will be an information overload. So we would be giving you in chunks through our communications. We work with Tatelot there to give you small chunks of what is there so that it's more digestible instead of just giving you the whole thing. That's why we ask for the consent. So the three themes we have, the theme 2 is on the community forest fund. So here we are looking at what synergies can be made from that community forest fund. Can you move? Yeah. There it is. So under that theme 2, we are forging collaborative capitalization strategies for that community forest fund. So here, the issue that we need a community forest fund is not, no one is disputing it. But what we are disputing, or what we want to know, is how do we capitalize it? And how do we capitalize it in such a way that it's sustainable, and in such a way that it can be equitable, and it reaches the right people? So we want you, as you go into theme 2, to look into those options. We want you to dissect the different ideas that we've put across and see how you can better dissect it. We had engaged the FAO, and they've given us some material, a policy brief on how to set up national forest funds. That information will also avail it to those who are looking at that. So what we want from you under this theme is for you to be able to look at those different aspects. So now, looking at the room, who are the guys who would say, this appeals to me? Who would want to join Dr. Excel on the Forest Fund? If they see all the alternatives, they might now be having different... So we want the first choice to be... So the idea is we can then come back after the closer look at them, so that we can then do the whole things. But we want a closed up look at theme 2 with people who are interested in it. Now, if you look at all of them, you start getting, maybe I want 3, maybe I want this. So we want just to get there. So are there anyone in the room that are going to join Dr. Excel on the community forest? Yes, okay. So yeah, good. So even if you didn't want to choose NYS, I would have said, please go there, because we need you there, because the basis for the community forest fund relies mainly on youth funding. So we need your voice there. Any other? Okay, thank you, Anna. So Anna is also going there. Okay, that's fine. So we now have 4. Even if you are 5, 6, it's fine. Anyone else who wants to go there? Okay, so we also have an EIF rapporteur who will come with you there, who will support and take minutes and all the other things. So we now have community forest addressed. The next one will be theme 4. So theme 4 is the resource mobilization. I think if you look, the whole morning, we've been talking about resource mobilization. Now, under theme 4, there's a key aspect there. If you look at all organizations, they'll tell you we've got a resource mobilization. But the challenge that we are having is that none of our resource mobilization activities are additive. They are not helping the other company. They are not helping the other institution. Here, I would want the NPC to help us there, and the investment, Namibia investment, Justin? Yes. And would you want this one, or would you want the de-risking one? De-risking one. Okay, so we'll keep you, but NPC, we want them under resource mobilization, under this aspect of how do we enhance resource mobilization in funding. Because from what I've gathered from NPC is that for us to do anything, we need a mandate. Now, what we are saying now within the integrated landscape management strategy is that you might have a mandate for A, I have a mandate for B. If we work together using additive resource mobilization, we'll be able to get more resources out of what we are doing. So that's what we really want to focus on. Here, you would find that we've got we call them the 3 conventions, which EIF is really, have those mandates for climate change, the biodiversity, and the, what do you call that one? The desertification one. So you will find now we've got another aspect. I think in 2021, the government passed the access benefit sharing. And within that access benefit sharing, again, you'll find EIF being mentioned as the recipient of those funds. Now, we need to be able to find a way to either we basket the funds with the help of NPC, because the legal agreements, the mandates, they understand them better. So that's why I'm really relying on the NPC to guide us in terms of, because we've got a lot of ideas, but you'll find it might not be feasible within the frameworks that are afforded us. So who else will join the NPC there? The Research Commission, yes. Are they here? Oh, so you will join there. Now, why we needed your input, I think you've heard, especially when it comes to any project or any funded project, there's this element that is always coming, research. We need a research component. But the problem that is happening there is we don't have our voice as the National Research Institute. So we need you to be able to, we're talking about mandates. We want to hear how your mandates align with those projects that are coming in. Because in terms of research, you have a better command of research in the country than anyone else. So you and the institutes like UNAM, you guide us in that regard. So we want you to be able to understand when resource mobilization is happening, it should not be a resource mobilization where we're talking of environment only. Within that environment, there's a component 4. Component 4, knowledge management. It's really where you need to be there. And if you see most of our projects, there's a component 4. I think NPC is now coming up with M&E to say, no, all the projects have got a component 4, we need to look at it, and that component is research. That component is knowledge management. And that knowledge management needs someone who's the custodian and who has a mandate for that. So we need you to be able to find ways to collaborate so that we have the full picture there. And then the last one is where I will be. The third one is the theme 3. So theme 3 is your, if you can move it a bit, yeah. Theme 3 is our de-risking. So de-risking now is where, now de-risking is an interesting part because we hear the aspect that when you're looking at the banks are for profit. But currently now with the ESGs, with the pressures that are coming in, banks are now forced, they need to look into environment, they need to look at biodiversity, they need to look at how they are collateralizing their risk. So within that aspect, we are saying that as we look into that theme, we've got 2 aspects. I've got my friend here from the banks. He's a risk expert, Mr. Shindume there. I'll be picking his brain on that to say, we want to do this. Is it possible? And I've got Yvette there. Yvette has been there. He's been working with us in terms of loans and grants. And we'll be picking up, trying to find out how do we de-risk towards making it better. So my role in that one is that we're having a big problem with our community projects. Community projects are we call them low value, UNDP language, low value grants. So these low value grants, they've got a challenge in that it's a low value grant. So it means there is no money for anything else other than what is given to the grant. So we've been working through our component 3.2 to try to find ways to improve the low value grant, how you implement it. So we've been working on automating the screening. And we actually stumbled upon something that is quite interesting. You see, based on our Nilaleg project, especially the Nilaleg project has got a lot of information, like I said. There's a lot of research done. So we discover that if we take the information that is on the Nilaleg project, the Just to give a small background before I digress, the Nilaleg project is what we call a multi-criteria decision analysis that was done on the project. So they analyzed the whole of Namibia, and in Namibia they were analyzing for specific aspects of land degradation, levels of poverty, which areas are the hotspots. And the Nilaleg project specifically picked the hotspots in Namibia where you've got all the problems that you can think of. And from that perspective, they said, okay, this hotspot is where we are going to put our landscapes. So you find the landscapes for Nilaleg, when you say the 5 landscapes, they are the hotspots of poverty, they are the hotspot of land degradation, the worst that can happen in terms of the indicators that Namibia has to have. So within that aspect, we discovered that using these indicators, we can actually come up with a model where if someone gives me the name of their constituency, for example, you just need to give me a constituency name and you give me your idea. What do you want to do? So you say, I know I want to do poultry, for example. Within that information, I can give you a proposal, just from those 2 information. So we want to be able to say, if that becomes something that is scalable, we scale it at national level. What happens now is that UNDP can now do 5, 6 different programs on low-value grants. EIF can do low-value grants. Because currently now, you find, if EIF advertised I think there was an advert right now for those low-value grants, there was a lot of interest. So we want to make it easier. So that's one of my key result areas in terms of the Nilaleg projects, to make it easier for people to develop their proposals. So we'll be discussing that under the theme 3. So I think I've given you the rundown, and I've selected the key panels, and then I think the rest of the room can choose where it's appealing to them. Thank you. For theme? Oh, Margaret. Thank you. That's where McNeil comes in. So McNeil would lead. McNeil, you take a stand up, right? McNeil is team 2. TJ, team 4. One of the teams is going to stay here. Which team wants to stay there? Before we leave. So you want to stay here? Okay, so team 2, which one stays here? TJ, you are with us team 3, so you direct everyone to whichever faculty room is for team 3. And then in Magna, team 4. So Magna will help us to see which room it is, because it's easier when you appoint the online people, if they make a choice, we will break the rules. I'll talk to you guys from see how they do it.
All right, so they can just indicate
They'll just indicate
which room they want or which theme. Okay. All right. I think we should already start going so that we can break off for lunch at 1 p.m. After lunch.
How much time do we have?
30 minutes. Until lunch.
But that's what I'm asking. How much time do we have for the panel discussion?
Until 3. Yes, we will continue after lunch. Thank you. Thank you. Are we still undecided? There are others who are saying, I don't know whether I go to theme 3 or theme 2, like you. All right, let's get started. We only have 30 minutes to go. so that by 1 p.m. we break off for lunch and then continue again after lunch at 2 p.m.
What is that one? Has she got a name? Salome. Salome. Okay, good afternoon. Just for the benefit of our online audience, I apologize. I didn't realize I had to speak in the mic. Theme 2, the Community Forest Fund, is specifically intended to assist the communities that have a community forest to manage their forests sustainably, including economically sustainable, because if you do not have the funds, how do you manage your natural resources? How do you even start managing if you don't have some capital to invest? I mentioned that we have close to 50 community forests all over Namibia, concentrated in the north, but all over the country, covering about 20% of Namibia's land area. And Namibians are very mobile, but probably giving a livelihood or being a place of residence to about 500,000 people. So it is a huge financial obligation to the Directorate of Forestry, who are completely over-tasked if they need to ensure the financial sustainability of these close to 50 community forests. So the idea arose to implement or to create a community forest fund to assist these community foresters to sustain their community forest and to use the natural resource in such a way that it improves their livelihood. So that is the first objective. However, the question arises, why only community forests? Why not support all forests? We have, in the meantime, now 3 gazetted state forests in Namibia. As a matter of interest, until recently they weren't gazetted. We knew them as state forests, but they weren't gazetted, and that's why they could be logged illegally with impunity until about 2 years ago when there was a ban on all logging. And in the meantime, they've been gazetted, so there's better control now, also through Nilaleg. Now, it's debatable to what extent the state forests need additional resources because they are the direct responsibility of the state. The Forest Act provides for regional forests as well, as does by the way, the environmental legislation also allows for regional level conservation areas, but this hasn't been exploited in Namibia at all. Nilaleg will try to create the first regional forest in the Western Kavango region as a role model. And then, as I said, nearly 50 community-led forests. Basically, the requirement is that a community must organize itself and identify that they do want to manage their forest, their common property. And they must select a management committee and compile a management plan. And if that one is approved by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, by the Directorate of Forestry, then they get gazetted. And now the management committee of the community forest has got management authority. And it is a lot easier, for example, to harvest forest products in a community forest because you already have a management structure, you already have a management plan. The Directorate of Forestry is in broad terms aware of the objectives of the community and therefore finds it easier to give the necessary permission, which is easily withheld outside of a community. So it has distinct advantages. It is also the only environmental legislation that allows the community to exercise rights over their grazing. And as you know, in Namibia, we are basically all mixed farmers. We all do some dryland cropping. We all do some extensive livestock production that is based on natural rangelands. We all have some bush that we utilize. If you're lucky in a high rainfall area, it's a forest that you can utilize. And rangeland is never included in this legislation, despite being the basis of either your game, your wild game animals, or your extensive livestock production, except under the Forest Act, where you're allowed to protect your rangeland grazing. And that is a tremendous benefit to the communities, which, to my impression, hasn't been utilized properly by the communities. They are still, very often, their grazing is poached. You know the term pasture poaching? And that should be illegal under the Forest Act. So how do we help these communities make better use of their resources in a sustainable way? They need funding to do that, and that's where the idea of a community forest comes from. But as I said, why not all forests? That's a side issue. Let's concentrate on the main issue first, but that's the one thing I would like you to consider. The second thing is, how can resources for a community forest fund be mobilized? Where would the money come from? And especially that this is a PPP conference, meaning a public-private partnership conference. It's pretty obvious where the public part, the government responsibility comes in terms of a community forest. Because all land in communal areas, as you're aware of, is owned by the state. So obviously the state also has an obligation to fund its sustainable utilization. What is not so clear is how could the private sector assist the state in this endeavor? Because as you also know, property, fixed property, is normally the ultimate guarantor of funding. And if that is not or very difficult to achieve, then are there any creative ways, alternative ways that you can think of that we can overcome this particular hurdle? So that's the second thing I would like you to consider is how could resources be mobilized? And then you are most welcome to raise any other issue that you think is relevant or important to you personally. It's an open discussion. We have until 3 o'clock with a lunch break of an hour in between. So you're welcome to think over lunch. And then with a full stomach and your brain at full capacity, come back after lunch and give us your best thoughts. And I think with that, I've spoken enough. Do we need to introduce each other? We weren't introduced at the main conference. You can just call me Axel. And the microphone is over to you. If someone online wants to make a contribution, please draw Salome's attention so that she can say there's someone online who wants to contribute. If you have questions online, please make sure that Salome sees you. Over to you. Always speak into the mic, please, for the benefit of those online participants who cannot be here physically. Thank you. Feel free. Make it informal.
Before I leave, because I'm leaving at 1. Okay. I would think the first way to mobilize resources may be the most obvious: taxes, tariffs, and levies. So, I actually don't know. Taxes, levies. Levies maybe when the people utilize the forest, those ones who would cut or chop wood or something would have to pay maybe a levy. I don't know who they'll pay it. Maybe in communal areas to a headman or something like that. And then
to the Community Forest Management Committee.
Okay, to the
ultimate authority.
Okay, the management committee, so they won't work through a headman or something like that.
So it's paid on yield.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm just picking from the stars. And then these forests, how are they demarcated? Can people still move in? Like I know in the Kavango, there are still people who show interest in land and then they want to build their homesteads. Is that allowed in community forests, or are they designated such that nobody can build a homestead there? I'm trying to understand.
Namibia is a free country. We are told we can settle where we want. Although if I don't have a Avambo wife, I cannot settle in for Avambo land. But anyway, be that as it is, as far as I know, there's no restriction on settlement in law. But in practice, there's a problem because successful development projects or areas attract additional inhabitants, which eventually exceed the carrying capacity of the land. And if you want to see a good example of that, go to Bobata National Park. It's a multi-use national park which does allow settlement. It's zoned exclusively for wildlife, and there are multiple use areas where people can farm. According to a cabinet decision of 2012, they can farm but without cattle. Allowed to keep goats and do dryland cropping but no cattle. But because the park is well managed, there's a central management authority, which is Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, there is a lot of grass and there's a lot of rangeland. And people have moved in by now with 30 to 40,000 cattle, just ignoring flat out the directive of Cabinet that it should be a cattle-free park, and completely exceeding the capacity of the authorities to get rid of the cattle. And if you drive through Babwata now, it's 140 kilometers in length. The middle 70 kilometers look like any communal area. You wouldn't say that you're in a national park. It's just the extremes at the beginning towards the Kavango side and the far eastern side towards Zambezi side that still look like a natural area. And that is the problem. The moment an area in Namibia is well managed, it attracts additional inhabitants, and eventually that amplifies degradation unless we are very careful. So it's a difficult question to answer. On the one hand, you don't want to exclude people from development, and we can settle anywhere where we want. On the other hand, every landscape has got its limits. And of course, you can move these limits upwards with technology and with proper organization, etc. But that has to keep up with the pace of settlement. I mean, look at all the squatter camps in town. The rapid urbanization is the best example. People flock to towns, to villages, because they think they will get employment, and it overtaxes the system, and then the system crashes. And actually, the livelihoods deteriorate and don't become better. So yes, they are allowed to move in, but from a development perspective, you would like to have the influx at the same rate as the development progress, so that it doesn't exceed the development, and the new inhabitants can actually benefit from the development and not bring the development down for everyone.
Okay.
But back to your 3 points. You said taxes, levies, and the third one I missed?
Tariffs.
Tariffs, thank you very much.
Taxes also, maybe I know it's a bit of a stretch, but taxing people directly, like people who work in businesses, for that to go directly to a fund, maybe a tax of 1% on all working individuals in the country, or on all businesses. And then there is, I think, you say that these community forests are legislated, and I heard you saying something about pasture poaching. So if somebody maybe makes themselves guilty of pasture poaching, and then they go to court, and then there's a fine, maybe a certain percentage of that fine can go into the forestry fund. Something like that. Just some ideas that popped up in my head.
Thank you. Yes, if someone is caught pasture poaching in the communal area, his or her livestock are impounded and maintained initially at the expense of the community until either the intruder has removed his cattle and repaid the community the expense that the community incurred to maintain the cattle, or forfeits the cattle because he or she is never collecting their cattle. They've got a certain period of time, I think 30 days, in which to collect the intruding cattle. If they don't, then the cattle can be disposed of profitably to cover the costs of maintaining them. Now, unfortunately, the onus is on the victim community to maintain the intruding cattle, and not on the owner of the cattle who allowed his cattle to stray, or who most often, as is most often the case, actually pushed them deliberately into the community fence. So the victim community, the people who have the community forests, are the ones who have to pay out of their own pocket for the upkeep of the cattle. They don't have the money to keep a herd of 50 or 100 cattle impounded for 30 days. So what happens in practice is the cattle are allowed to graze the community forest because that's cheap. But in the process now, the grass reserve of the community forest is depleted, and at the next dry season now, the community forest members will suffer the consequences of this. So even that law should be adjusted to move the onus from the victim to the perpetrator, in my opinion. But at least there is an avenue to address pasture poaching, which the other NRM legislation doesn't have. And you're welcome to contribute. I don't want to dominate the discussion, please.
Yes. What I would like to say is that I think we can draw good lessons from our colleagues from Zambia. based on the presentations where they have established a forestry development fund in order to address the issue of sustainability. Because if you have a fund, a well-managed fund, it can attract lot of resources internally and externally. But we also have to look at the different funding streams. Some of the banks have a component of greening, funding projects related to environment, and I think with project proposals, it's possible to attract funds from different companies that have social responsibilities, focusing on protection of the environment. The other issue is that the fund can consider is currently what's happening is that there's a lot of illegal deforestations, and once these logs are repossessed by state, they are normally kept. And with experience from National Youth Service, we normally request, because of budgetary constraints, we normally make a request to the Ministry of Environment to basically assist us with the planks and the logs that have been repossessed. That we normally use these planks for our training programs in January and cabinet maker, and they really go a long way, to address the shortage of materials within our institutions. But some of the repossessed also logs are then donated to other social institutions and so forth and so on. I think there must be an element whereby these logs and whatever has been repossessed can be channeled back to the fund and to the community before it's donated or what. It just makes sense that let this fund, let these logs and so on, redirect it to the community. But I think if you have a well-established fund, really it can attract fund, internal and external funding. But then this fund must have when it comes to management of the fund, like if you can draw good lessons, for how the Tibet sector is being funded through the levy fund. Why is the levy fund well managed? It's because you have a strong private sector component. You need to involve the private sector as far as in the governance of the fund to attract, because once you bring in more private sector, and then the public and the society will have more confidence. Even the donors will have more confidence in how they manage, how the fund is. The governance structure needs to be addressed. It should not be state-led. It must be private sector-led, although it's established by government, like the levy fund, for example. The levy fund, which now support the Tibet sector, it attracts a lot of funding from outside, and also, from within the country.
Yes, these are good suggestions, and especially the one with the logs. Already under Nilaleg, we are channeling some of these confiscated logs and forest products, like planks, etc., or bowls, to the Nilaleg landscape that can process them. For example, in the Western Kavango, where the to-be-erected community sawmill or community carpentry association will receive these logs to add value to them. And in fact, adding value, Angula, that is where the levies come in. Once you start now processing forest products into valuable products, then you can start levying, on the sale of these finished products. And that's probably something that the private sector would want to support, because here, adding value to a raw material, to a natural raw material, that's what the private sector does. That's where you can make money. And if your community forest includes this aspect, then I think the private sector would be interested in it. And though that income then could possibly be used to fund or subsidize those activities that are not sexy to fund. For example, planting more trees. Planting more trees or rehabilitating a degraded area is cost intensive. It takes a long time to have any positive spin-offs. It costs money, it doesn't readily bring money, so private sector would probably not be interested to invest in that. But it's essential to improve natural resource management sustainably and also to improve rural livelihoods. You see, but it doesn't bring any money unless we can link it to carbon trading, which is another avenue. Is someone here knowledgeable on carbon trading who can explain a bit on carbon trading, perhaps? I know the Ministry of Environment and Tourism recently had a traveling road show where they educated people on Namibia's carbon market. Did anyone attend that by any chance? Anna, can you address us on Namibia's carbon market? Do you know about it a little bit? Not? Anyone from the Ministry of Environment here who knows about Namibia's carbon market? Salome, would you like to share what you know with us about carbon markets? Anyone online who can enlighten us on carbon markets, Namibia's carbon markets, and carbon trading generally? Is there any volunteer? First time hearing it?
First time hearing it. No, we don't need it, but we don't need it, but go.
Do we have a contribution online? While we're waiting, don't lose your meal ticket. We'll break for lunch.
We could come back to that.
Yes. In fact, I can also. I just don't want to be the only one talking.
Yeah.
So.
No, I had a question. Oh.
Yes, speak up.
Let me just speak through the mic. So my question is in terms of the community forests, right? How much of the resources do we know that are in this community forest in terms of mapping? Do we have like, was then analysis done, for example, with latest findings that could even be presented to potential investors? Because you can only sell what you know, right? And I think the focus should also not really just be on governance. Do we have structures in place that are able to manage these funds? But it's more in terms of what is the wealth that is in that community forest? To what extent has research been executed in this community forest? And if there were research done, are this information then shared with the necessary institutions that can, take the conversation further? For example, we have the NIB.
PDB.
Yeah, so
Investment Promotion and Development Board.
yes. To what extent do they then also have a clue in terms of the resources that are available in these community forests? You know, it's nature-based enterprises that we want to be. Basically, the focus is on how do we ensure that we set up nature-based enterprises that are also having a positive effect on our communities. But we shouldn't just have it as a buzzword that we are establishing these nature-based enterprises without us really knowing in terms of 5 years from now, if we are tapping into these resources, what does it mean to my child who is now 2 years old? How is she going to be affected? Or how will the livelihoods of this specific community be transformed? You know, and also how do we make sure that the community is also brought along as we have this conversation, as opposed to them just sitting under a tree and then they are being informed on this and then they don't really see the benefits of this apart from meetings and people visiting them.
Yes, you mentioned a lot of issues, and I would like to address the very first question you ask is that, do we have an inventory? Do we know what is actually available in the community forest? And yes, by law, when a community forest becomes gazetted, it must include an inventory. A lot of our community forests were gazetted, declared in the 1990s, shortly after penance, the majority of them. And that's the first, and unfortunately up to now, last time that an inventory was done. By law, the inventory must be updated every 5 years. The management plan must be updated every 5 years. But it wasn't done due to lack of capacity, lack of resources, whatever. It wasn't done. So Nilaleg now, in the landscapes, the 5 that we are working in, we are updating the management plan, including the inventory of all the community forests that occur inside the landscape, but we don't have resources to cover those outside the landscape. So that's very true, number one. Number two, I'm now part of the process, so I have an inside look into the inventory making process. And what happens is, in a truly scientific fashion, if this is a community forest, the points that are inventorized are spread systematically over the landscape. Very often they have like 50 points on a 50,000 hectare forest. And it's systematically distributed. It's called random, but it's actually systematically distributed. Then they each point is sampled. How many trees are there? Is it high potential, low potential forest, for example? And then at the end it is summarized that 30% of the area is high potential forest, 30% is medium potential, 40% is low potential forest. But we are not given a map. So when you read the management plan, you don't know the area of high potential. You don't know the area of low potential. It needs different management. So yes, you know the community forest as a whole, 30% has been classified as high potential, but where is it? And what makes it high potential? That doesn't come out of the management plan. So yes, there's an attempt to inventorize or to describe the inventory, but it's probably not bankable. It's not detailed enough to serve much of a purpose. The same goes with soil condition, for example. The soil is also sampled in these 50 sampling spots, and then they come up with 10% high potential soil, 90% deep Kalahari sand, low potential. So where's the 10% high potential soil? Because that's where you would settle new inhabitants, because you don't want them to be in an area where the crops will fail due to low soil potential. You would like them to settle in a high potential soil area. So yes, it is there, but no, unfortunately not adequate for investment purposes. But at least we have a start. Now, to improve the inventory process would require money. A baseline study is always very expensive. Who pays for that in order now to attract more money? And that's now the start of this circle, this vicious circle. We don't have money to do a proper inventory, and without a proper inventory, we cannot attract decent investment. That's exactly the cycle that we need to break, where you say government should probably help us overcome that hurdle, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah, the other issue that I want to seek clarity, Doc, is what is the relationship between conservancy and community forestry?
That's a very good question, and they are very closely related. The difference is that a conservancy doesn't allow you to exercise rights over the rangeland, as if the wild animals, which are the natural resource that we address when we have a communal conservancy, as if the wild animals are hanging in the air and they are eating air and they are drinking air and they're defecating and urinating air and they are not utilizing the rangeland. So people can simply, non-conservancy members may come from the outside and legally chase their domestic livestock into a conservancy, finish the grazing without the conservancy being able to ward them off legally. As I said, the only NRM legislation that allows protection of the rangeland, ironically enough, is the Forest Act, even though rangeland is not forest. But because the foresters who compiled the act understood the interaction between rangeland, woodland and forest. So otherwise it's very much the same. It's all about conserving the natural resource, utilizing it sustainably to the benefit of the local inhabitants. But again, the well-managed conservancies that were able to look after their rangeland in the good years, they were swamped by outside livestock in the dry years, and their grazing was just obliterated by people moving in from drought-stricken areas and removing the grazing of the conservancy. So the Conservancy inhabitants didn't get the benefit of their management. And that, of course, is very discouraging, because why should I protect my resource if a foreigner can simply come and take it on my behalf? So we need to address that gap, legal gap, very quickly.
Thank you. I'm from Ministry of Agriculture, Extension. I just wanted to, based on the experience, for the sustainability of the funds that we're going to create, or the forestry, community-based forest fund that will be created, I think it's very clear that we should sort out the governance and management of who's going to run this fund. Because if we don't sort that key aspect, from experience we have seen that funds that are well managed also attract investors. So if we don't sort out that one first, then definitely we can put nice wording policies or strategies on how to manage this fund, but if the money won't come in, and the way it will be governed as well, how it will be run. That one is very key. And also for the sustainability of the fund, I think it's good. I think through Nilaleg also there are already some projects that are being implemented, community-based projects. I think the key also for this one is to see how we can ensure that these community-run projects, naturally forest resource based, to see how can they also be sustainable. That also brings in the key aspect of who's going to manage this project. Is it the forest management, community forest management, how do you call them? Committee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Forest management.
Yes. So do they have the capacity to run these projects, or the funds as well? So these are the things that we need to look at. And also, these projects, can they be translated into enterprises? And one of the key, or the question that we always have, or community are complaining about, is that we can come up with projects that are good, but sometimes the market. Yes. So I think it's best to identify also that when we are coming up with projects that are based on natural resource commodity, that we should identify that for the fund to be sustainable, at least existence of a market should be there, or contract should be made, so that at least the fund won't be, after it's being implemented, then it disappears due to unforeseen circumstances that we didn't identify while we are coming up with strategies.
Can you expand a little bit for our benefit on the marketing aspect? How important marketing is for not only financial sustainability, but also the credibility of the whole setup?
Marketing is very key, so that, let's say, if we want to improve the livelihood of the community-based members. So whenever they are developing a project, we should ensure that that product that they are developing, or that they intend to produce, it should have at least a market. Because once there's a market, people will be able to make income. And then once there's income, for instance, even these things that are now of levies that we are proposing, it can be able to be subtracted from the income that is being made. That is a way now of at least bringing back or revolving some funds that can sustain the fund and all the activities.
May I give you, if I understand you correctly, and correct me if I don't, quickly before we break for lunch, just give you an example of what Nilaleg is doing with the help of EIF, or EIF is doing with the help of Nilaleg. It doesn't matter. We are partners in this enterprise. There is a youth group in the Konene North that identified a forage deficit, especially during winter and during dry times, as a critical venture in their beef cattle production enterprise. So they applied to be given a grant to irrigate 2 hectares of very fertile, loamy soil next to the Kunene River and plant lucerne there to produce forage, to have additional forage for cattle that are going through the dry season or drought, in order to increase meat production from that part of Kunene. So I think that is now what you mean. If they are given the opportunity to plant this additional forage using Kunene water, using the fertile soil, using lucerne, etc., eventually they will be able to sell more cattle at a higher price. And if that cattle were be levied at an affordable rate, then that cattle would generate some income for a fund like this. And it sounds wonderful in practice. It's a little bit more difficult to implement it in practice, but what is life without challenges? We'd be so bored just hanging around at home and watching TV movies instead of facing life's challenges. Is that more or less what you meant? Yes. Or even that is, of course, short term. It will take about 3 to 5 years for that forage beef project to come about and create a marketable product. When it comes to forestry, if you're going to plant a forest plantation now, it can take 50 to 70 years. So it will take a lot longer for the benefit, the financial benefit, to come back to the community. So we need to think what farmer is going to invest in a technology that 50 to 70 years from now will have a benefit. That will not even be his grandchildren. Our lifetime on a farm normally is 20, 25 years. You want to see a benefit in your lifetime, otherwise you're not going to do it. So how can we shorten or sweeten planting more trees so that people plant more trees and we're not simply harvesting, and who's planting? With that, think about these things, please. Let's break for lunch and try to be back. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. After all important contributions, let's try to be back at 2 o'clock, please.
Yes, Doc. Thank you. I just wanted to ask in the group, right, do we have anyone from the private sector to just maybe tap in from your knowledge in terms of the involvement of the private sector in this, in contributing to community forests sustainability?
What is the name of the group that Kunene? I'm interested in.
That's the Kunene Youth Forum, Rural Youth Forum. I don't have the particulars with me, but you can get it through Theopolina Hatutale, whose details I will give you. Oh, Salome even. Wonderful. But Theopolina is our publicity and communication officer, so it's best if you liaise with her.
You want to visit them?
I want to do a story on that.
It's a successful one.
Can you
You're doing good.
I don't have she's not Hatutale, no?
Who is that?
Theopolina Hatutale. Nope.
Yeah, but she
She's here, she's in the audience. Does anyone?
Is the lady was there?
Yes, in the orange. She was sitting behind you.
She gave a
in the third row.
presentation.
No, that's Bernadette Chilumbu. She was sitting right behind me, but also with long hair. Here, Polina Hatutale.
I'll get her, don't worry about it.
Yes.
I know my way around.
Good. Otherwise, you phone Salotte, who's in charge, and she will get you.
Who's Charlotte?
Salotte is the one who presented.
That one.
I'm sorry about that. She only joined us recently, and I know I took her details, but I must have written them down and not saved them in my mobile notebook. Excuse me?
They have a generator.
They
have a diesel.
No, a normal monopump pump suspended in the river. Yes, in the river. Yes. It's not properly done. It should be suspended from a floating platform that you can actually see the water level. They just dump the pipe onto the river bottom, and then it gets clogged with mud and sticks and fish, etc. So it's not suspended. Yes, but we're working on that. Those are the technical difficulties up there. And then it's solar powered.
Yes. The panels are mounted or they are mobile?
No, they're mounted.
They're mounted. Close to the river?
Yes, close to the pump. Then there's a long electric cable because the fields are actually like half a kilometer away. from where the water is extracted, and it has to cross a couple of other farmers' fields. It's a whole complicated setup because the land that they were given by the community, by their own community, is quite distant from where the pool that has water in winter is.
So the water is pumped from the river,
Yes.
straight to the field.
Yes.
1 kilometer.
Yes, but there is a storage tank at the
Yeah,
field,
no, there's
a
a-
5,000, 10,000 litre storage tank from which the irrigation then is done. Yeah.
Online participants will catch up after
I'm
lunch.
So sorry, western side towards the desert.
I mean, there's no one.
No, it's in our landscape.
In
It's not-
Kunene?
It's not a conservancy. It's the Kunene North Youth Group Forum or Youth
Yeah,
Forum.
you know, just there by
Former
Rakana.
graduates.
That's what I was asking. By Rakana, yeah.
Former NUS graduates.
You know them.
And they know what they're
Yeah.
doing. They're very impressive, actually. They came and got gifts.
Yeah, so from the station, you just drive, I think, about 20 kilometers. No, I don't know the name exactly, but yeah, I think it's 20 kilometers from the far station, like up
Where one can
on the
learn that?
mountain. Yeah.
People can do that.
Yeah.
Just to recap what we did before lunch. Remember, we are here to brainstorm a community forest fund, the purpose of which is, Salome wrote it here very beautifully, is to assist community forests for sustainable resource use so that they can improve their livelihoods. People need to benefit from whatever we do, otherwise it's senseless that we do it. But in order to improve people's livelihoods, we first have to utilize the natural resource in a sustainable manner. So this comes first, although that is the ultimate goal. The natural resource, sustainable natural resource use comes first. The ultimate goal is to improve rural livelihoods. That is the purpose of a community forest fund. And some of the requirements, this is not an exhaustive list, that came out of the discussion before lunch, is that we need a bankable inventory. Especially the private sector wants to know what is there, where is it, and what's the quality before they will even consider investing. All right? So as I mentioned, the basics of an inventory are there, but it has to be much improved before it can become bankable in inverted commas, before it is of any use to private investors. Secondly, it was pointed out that the fund must be well managed to maintain a high level of credibility. If we lose credibility, if people think that the money that they donate or invest gets stolen or otherwise reduced, they are not going to invest. Credibility is vital, and an example is the Zimbabwean election. Is anyone surprised ZANU-PF won? So, you know, if that happens to our fund, you can forget about the community forest fund. Credibility, good management is the key. Profitability through value addition. The private sector will only invest if it can make a profit. Sorry to say, in the private sector, you only become a donor of money, you only become a philanthropist if you're so rich that you can actually afford giving away a couple of millions. If you're not that rich, you want to make profit for yourself. Profit you cannot make by selling raw natural products. You need to have value addition in order to generate a profit, which will then attract the private sector. Without value addition, forget about involvement of the private sector. Unless you're in minerals and mining, we're exporting raw uranium to China, but we could be making so much more money. It's an old argument, you know about it. Now, in order to be profitable, marketing is essential. So you see, if you want to involve the private sector, you need credibility, you need value addition, you need marketing. This list is not exhaustive, but that is what we decided before lunch. Now that we have replenished the inner person, let's think some more. What else is needed? Who should manage the fund? How should it be managed? What else do we think is important so that we can end up with a community forest fund that, through sustainable resource use, improves rural lives? Over to you.
Yeah, what I would like to suggest, as far as the governance structure of the fund is concerned, we also need to look at I mean, what is really viable as far as this fund is concerned, and to avoid duplication of governance structures. Another possibility that we could explore is perhaps this fund to be hosted under EI, because they have already sound governance structure. They have the expertise to attract, external funding. There is private sector engagement, and also the multinational agencies that are involved. You can see the amount of expertise that is there already. That's another area that we need to explore as far as how the fund should be, where the fund should be hosted, just to avoid also the duplications, of governance structures and the like. For capacity, basically, yes.
Wonderful. Before you write, let's write on the flip chart when everything is that's how to make... Any other contributions on this topic? How to make a fund viable?
The current setup, the community, forest committee management, how are they functioning now in terms of managing funds?
Sorry, but everyone is awake now, no? Sorry, that wasn't on purpose. The current capacity of community organizations to handle funds is, it depends on whom you believe. You know about the trickle-down effect in the conservancies? The community is always complaining they are selling their elephant for trophy hunting for a lot of money, but when they get the money, it's nearly nothing. And the authorities are disputing that. So whom do you believe now? But probably the dispersal of income in the community can always be improved. Things can always be improved. For communities, for conservancies, they face the challenge that if the farmers had a choice, they would kill the animals and farm without the wild animals. So they definitely need financial motivation to keep on farming with wild animals. For the forest, I think possibly the motivation is already there because the forest itself is a valuable product, which if you tend it, can give you a good livelihood. So it's probably not as difficult a challenge to overcome than to have to live with lions and hyenas and predators and elephants, rhinos, crocodiles, hippos that trample you and kill you. Unless the tree falls on you, you're not going to get killed by a tree, not easily. But yes, at the moment, unfortunately, there's very little income that comes to community forests because of the ban that we've had for, let me correct myself, I think for 5 years, since 2018, yes. For 5 years on timber production, when the Chinese were logging our state forests illegally and taking all that rosewood out, a lot of it which is now confiscated and lying there, and as you suggested, should be channeled to the community forests, those who have carpentries, to convert into valuable products. And since, I think, 2 or 3 years ago, now also a ban on charcoaling. So at the moment, the communities cannot produce any wooden products for profit, except firewood, which is a very low value addition opportunity. In Nilaleg, we are trying for own use now for the communities to make biochar to ameliorate their poor soil fertility in the crop fields. Because I don't know if you know, but the single biggest reason for deforestation in Namibia is habitat conversion, converting a pristine forest into cropland. That is the single biggest reason for deforestation in Namibia that we have. More people living in the communal areas, crop fields being expanded, so the forest is being chopped at a rapid rate to be converted into crop field. And also the making of bush-based animal fodder for sale. So, yes, forests can offer a lot of livelihoods, but very little money at the moment is coming into the community forests, unfortunately. Okay, so we have a proposal that the Community Forest Fund should be hosted by the EIF because of existing expertise and capacity. Do we want to discuss this, or do we agree on this topic? Can we move? General agreement? Yes, please.
No, I will just perhaps confirm or to say since there is already capacity, instead of trying to get new people, if we can get if it can be hosted there is already the governance structures, the capacity is there, we would not be struggling with the capacity, because a number of community organizations, why they mostly fail is because of the capacity. Even if they have funds available, the capacity is not there. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to ask, like with the conservancies, they have an established community-based natural resource management program. that is supporting those conservancies and also the Ministry of Environment. I wanted to ask, is there something like that for the community forests also that help them with technical capacity? Their audit, who do their audit? Oops.
Salome, I'm not sure, but I'm not aware of one. Petrus, I don't know if you're aware of that in forestry when it was still with agriculture, whether they have a capacity building component of communities.
I think they have a division that oversees the use of natural resources, especially forestry, and they also oversees these committees. Yeah, I'm just speaking under correction, but I think there is a division that oversees these committees on how they manage their forest materials and all those things. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Mm-hmm. I don't know to what extent, but their mandate is to also provide capacity building on how to use this. I think that is also the area that we need to explore, how these community forest committees, management committees, how are they in line with the Ministry of or the Directorate of Forestry? What channel, how do they manage their fundings? I'm sure they also, from the ministerial part of view, maybe they also do invest or give them some funds that they use to maintain their structures.
Oops, I'm too fast.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Apologies. Yeah, thank you. Mine is just going back to the drawing board, right, of inventory, lack of inventory in this community forests. So let's say we are now having this particular community forest. Could we not maybe explore using some innovation and digitalization to get this data? We can even involve, let's say, unemployed youth within this for our community forests. We give them, you sort of maybe develop a prototype that they can, or even just a phone that has a software where they're able to record and make necessary updates to whatever is on the ground. And with that knowledge, we then also have a baseline continuously in terms of what is the current status quo in terms of resources. And that is what we are able to even share it with colleagues from forestry are always bombarded with a lot of work. And we always go back to square one of we don't have human resources to fill these gaps. So if using the people that are already on the ground and building their capacity, enabling them to use any digital tools, I think that's a more sustainable way, because then you're also creating a network of people who will be able to ensure that there's continuity. Event book system.
Yes, I'm sure it's not impossible to devise a system like that. It's a very good idea. For small stipends covering their costs, the youth will do it because they will get experience and it's investment in their communities.
Yeah, the other issue that I think we need to look at it is to explore the idea of, I think which was mentioned before, of promoting carbon capital, because carbon capital attracts a lot of funding internationally, and our carbon capital investment is among the lowest. You know, our carbon capital globally is among the lowest. But if you look at the countries like Kenya and wherever, who have a higher carbon capital investment, attract carbon, you know. Yes, we need to look. I think this is an opportunity, as far as this forestry fund is concerned, to explore the carbon capital. You know. Yeah.
How to close Africa's climate finance gap. Let me read you some of that. Thank you very much, Dr. Leafi, for that. Today's Namibian has an article on that. How to close Africa's climate finance gap. This week, Kenya is hosting the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, as well as Africa Climate Week, with the goal of increasing commitments and pledges to support climate adaptation efforts and scale up renewable energy on the continent. Then skip a few. Where's the UAE? The World Bank.
Communities maybe?
Credit and capital. Yes, here we go. But I'm looking specifically on the internet platform. The United Arab Emirates bought $450 million worth of African carbon credits at this Kenya conference, which now is going to be spent mainly in Kenya and East Africa, because we are not part of that network. But they are aiming to raise $1 billion through this Africa Climate Summit, Africa Climate Week. So things are moving. Unfortunately, our own Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism had, as I said, a traveling roadshow telling us about Namibia's carbon market, but it's not operational yet, but we are in the process of getting there. So now that you mention it, it's in today's news. Things are happening. Namibia is not quite in front of the line, as with green hydrogen, but hopefully we can catch up.
Yeah, but I think, thank you. Pertaining to carbon markets, I think we did actually make we have reached some milestones in this area due to the carbon market framework that was developed. You know, it's just a matter of it being endorsed by cabinet and looking at other countries, African countries. Most of them, they don't have this carbon market framework.
Yes, that's correct. Keep on speaking, I'm still looking for some more evidence.
I've run out of speaking bundles.
Yeah, no. I think it's an important observation that most countries, most African countries, don't have really the framework. But despite the framework, there are countries that are ahead, like Kenya, in terms of and Ghana, far ahead, really. Despite the lack of framework, they are ahead. And I think we really need to do something about it. Yes.
So maybe what do we need to do is the question. Pat.
Yes, unfortunately, I missed that traveling roadshow. They moved the date so much that in the end they found a date that didn't suit me because here we are. Sorry. Here I found the internet version of that article, an initiative to boost Africa's carbon credit production 19-fold by 2030. Drew hundreds of millions of dollars of pledges on Monday as Kenyan President William Ruto opened the continent's first climate summit. All the pop-ups, can you please go away? In one of the most anticipated deals of the summit, the United Arab Emirates committed to buying $450 million US dollars worth of carbon credits from the African Carbon Markets Initiative, which was launched at Egypt's COP27 summit last year. So that is the one very interesting article I read yesterday evening just before midnight. And the other one is a study that comes back to her question just now, that perennial grassland can sequester just as much or even more carbon than woodland. In other words, if we manage to replace our bush-encroached savanna with a grass-dominated savanna, we will also be sequestering more atmospheric carbon, plus in the process we can utilize the harvested encroacher bush to generate livelihoods for anyone, but especially unemployed youth trained by NYS in things like making charcoal, biochar, and boscos. Okay, I'm not going to read this. There is a very long article. Okay. Trees in mesic savannas. No. Trees in arid, semi-arid savannas are not as effective in sequestering atmospheric carbon as grass, leading to a decline in overall soil organic carbon. As you can see here, they give a lot of graphs and scientific data. It's a very long article. The point is, it's very encouraging that if we manage to replace bush encroached savanna with grass-dominated savanna, as it was originally, otherwise my ancestors would never have stayed here. You wouldn't see a single shirumbu in Namibia. Then we can benefit the climate and also make money from the harvested bush. Okay, I would like to make the audience think of a couple of points which I noted down. The one is, how do we finance long-term activities like afforestation and reforestation? Under ideal conditions, timber and especially charcoal shouldn't be made from a pristine forest, shouldn't be made from a wild forest. We should have an artificial forest, a plantation, to yield timber wood and charcoal wood. But it takes 50 to 70 years, especially if we're going to use indigenous species, to create a plantation. So how are we going to finance and promote these long-term objectives, which no individual land user will do because you want to see a return on your investment in your lifetime? That includes rehabilitating degraded areas. Most of our rangelands in Namibia, including in the communal areas, are severely degraded and they would require rehabilitation. Rehabilitation costs money, but it doesn't earn you a direct income. You get an indirect reward through increased livestock production a few years later. But again, it's not a strong motivator. If it were a strong motivator, we wouldn't degrade our rangelands in the first place. So afforestation, reforestation, and rehabilitation of degraded rangelands and woodlands needs to be done, but I cannot see, personally, I cannot see it being a very profitable activity, and therefore I can't see the private sector wanting to invest in it, even though it would be sensible. It wouldn't be money wise. So how do we overcome this hurdle? That's the one thing I would like you to think about, the long-term things to do in the environment that are good for environment and people, but not necessarily good for your financial bottom line. The second thing I would like you to think about is the capacity of the communities to manage their forests sustainably and profitably. With all due respect, and I'm doing a lot of work in a lot of community forests in the north for Nilaleg, the people are very enthusiastic, but the capacity to understand things and to do things is limited. So I was thinking, what if we move some of the capacity, or what if we involve the regions in the community forest? Because the regions have more capacity. They also have more resources. They can also access experts or outside assistance easier than a community. So what about somehow linking these community forests and their management committees and their finances more strongly to the regions? Do you think this is a good idea? And if yes, how could it be made to work? Let us brainstorm the concept, please. Those two things. How do we finance long-term improvements in the environment, which doesn't seem to be short-term profitable? And should we bring regional capacity to bear at the community forest level? And if yes, how do we do that? Thank you. Melba, you are part of the discussion. So do you want to make a contribution? So when you think of something, please take the mic. You youngsters back there, any creative ideas from you, please? Don't be afraid to speak. Yes, I think so. Don't pass it on pressure. Take a chance. about these points. How do you feel about the point she made, using unemployed youth, training them a little bit, paying them a stipend or cost of living, and asking them to update the inventory and improve the inventory? Do you think that would fly with unemployed youth? Is that something you would do if you were interested in forests, if it was your home region, and if your costs were going to be covered?
No, most definitely. I heard her point, and I agreed strongly with it. And I could also agree with what you said in terms of it will give them a chance to gain experience and so forth, which could help them in the long term also. So yes, I agree. But I want to, I'll contribute when I have, something more substantial to say. But I think just on the long-term financing for rehabilitation and so forth, okay, I wanted to understand the fund that's been established, no? The conservancy, the community forest, sorry, that's been established. Okay, in terms of funding, we're looking at grants only, no? The types of funding whereby repayment is not...
Yes, it can't be repaid.
Yeah.
There's no capacity to repay.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep thinking.
Also, while you're thinking, where's the other mic? Thank you very much. I think one of the differences between a communal conservancy with wild animals,
Yeah.
which are gladly seen and visited by tourists, a community fund probably, community forest probably doesn't have such a high tourism potential as a communal conservancy. I love trees, and I would go to Kavango West to see trees. On my way to Zambezi to see elephants and lions, you see. So perhaps the tourism element isn't quite as powerful in a community forest as it is in a communal conservancy, and that is quite a disadvantage, because communal conservancies are driven by tourism income and trophy hunting income. Forests don't have that, but they have timber and other forest product income potentially if we can make more forest.
Okay. I'll contribute. Let me just let it simmer. Yeah.
Let me also just say something. My name is Virimuye. I'm working at the Ministry of Education. Virimuye, that's my name. Yeah, I'm working for the Ministry of Education, the Department of Directorate of Culture. Myself, I'm also I'm a nature conservationist, so I'm just interested in anything related to environment. But I think my point, actually, what I wanted to raise is the issue of the spreading awareness of the importance of community forests to other regions, because I think there is an imbalanced scale when it comes to areas in Namibia that are doing well in community forest, and they are really they are enthusiastic with their work and they are trying their best to do. But there are a lot of areas in Namibia that are not that people are not willing to, just the awareness is not well spread to those areas, and how the intention of what can be done to make sure that every part of Namibia people are aware the importance of the community forest and how they can be part of that, so that we can integrally conserve our environment well. I think that's just my concern.
You're quite right, because eastern Namibia is bush from the tar road between Grootfontein and Bobabis all the way to the Botswana boundary. That's 250 kilometers of bush. That's huge.
Thank you. I think it's just to give one of the best practices that Nilaleg has adopted, where they are doing some exchange visit programs where you get the community forests that are not doing well to go and tap into the knowledge of those that are doing well. I think introducing exchange programs are also viable in terms of spreading the awareness and also creation of knowledge and skills as well, and adopting the best practices. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing up that point, Melba, because we are supposed to do that in Nilaleg as well. And by now, some landscapes actually have something to show.
Yes.
We can have a fruitful exchange visit, taking the media team with, so that we can get more exposure.
Very true.
We are past the stage of saying we want to, we promise to. We actually can
It's action.
change, show some things.
Very true.
Yes, please. Idris, the mic is behind you.
Yes, setting up the Community Forest Fund. From the small research that I just did now, to say that the committees in the community forest, they are capable also of hosting or creating a small fund that they can run themselves. But all that is needed probably is capacity building and also creating more awareness on how they should run these funds. But the idea of establishing it first with EIF, I think it's a good one at the moment. For me, in a long run, it will be better to capacitate these guys to manage it themselves. Of course, with the assistance of the government now, the guys from the government, what they do is they do monitor. They also advise them, capacitate them on how to manage this, the forest resources, what activities they need to do and implement to manage the forest, and so on. So my suggestion is, at the moment, currently, I think the fund administration can be based in EIF, here head office. Yes, eventually in the long run, maybe you can delegate it now and then, of course, decentralize it fully to them once. Yes, yes. So I think that's what I can suggest at the moment.
On that topic, the young people in the second row there, the communal areas in the north at least, even in the east, the young people are in towns, either unemployed or still learning, educating, training, or they are employed. What about using the skills of this diaspora to improve things at home? Like, you're a finance person. You come from somewhere. You might have been born in Windhoek, but your roots are somewhere in the north? In the east? Southwest? What is the possibility of young people putting their skills to use in their home region, even though they work and live and earn their money somewhere else? I mean, it's done all over the world. If you go to Great Britain for 6 months, you do that to send money back home. Yes. All the people who drown in the Mediterranean, they are leaving to send money back home. But when our young people leave the home village or the village where the parents were born, they return in the holidays to go back to the village. It's a holiday, but they don't seem to bring skills and say, I can help you with this. I'm an engineer. I will quickly fix your auction kraal if you organize me a welding machine, because I can weld. I'm a trained mechanic. I can repair the car of the chief or what. Or I'm a financial person. I can keep the books of the forest fund. I mean, that's something you can do digital. It doesn't happen. Am I wrong? Does it happen? Or is there potential for it to happen? What do you feel? Would that be a burden to you? Or do you think that would be something that is plausible? Are you also still a youth, Melba? Shall we give the youth a chance first? But don't forget your contribution. What do you want to add to it? Okay. Please go down the line. And give us an honest opinion. If it's rubbish, at least I know.
Yeah. I don't know how this mic is finding itself first here before it moves there, but okay. Okay. You're not wrong. Like you mentioned, from what I've seen from where I come from, youth go down during vacation. From there on they leave and they live life, and it's a routine. Yeah. One of the contributors that I've seen to this thing is just, okay, land there is communal. So the benefits normally go to people of a certain age and so forth. So the youth don't really get to benefit from the land that is being used and so forth. But yes, definitely, skills can be plowed back, to help with development and so forth. And perhaps also, in terms of plowing back, I could see something of, like in my field, for example, in finance, there's entry-level finance, and you build on as the years go on by. I could see a give back in terms of like training, youth that may be sitting in these communal areas doing nothing, to just even keep the books to up to a certain extent, and someone with more experience can like come in and take it to the next level in terms of maybe statements or whatever. I don't want to get financial on you, but yeah, I do agree with what you said. Yeah. It's age linked. Okay, how it works in my specific area, there are committees that are established that distribute the land amongst families. So basically, okay, I'll just say it. Okay, yeah. It's a thing of who favors who, and who holds the most land within the area. Because mainly, sometimes it's families who came to the land first, they got ownership of certain hectares of land, and from there on, they distribute it to their family members. So when people come in later on, there's only so much land that's left. Now, these people who were here previously normally don't want to give off pieces of their own land. Exactly. And within these committees, they established rules on how the land within the specific area will be run. For example, only 10 by 10 hectares per family or so forth. But then people still go overboard and camp if you're influential and nobody stands in your way. So, yeah, that's been a big issue.
No. Let's give the youth a chance, but please do not forget your points.
Thank God I look like a youth, but I'm not a youth. Yeah, but I think urban development have robbed a lot of young people opportunities to be able to develop at the reserve areas, and I think there is so much hopelessness in young people to be part of decision making, and also issues that will contribute to their world development. So I think our young people are not motivated. They are not so. They don't come forth. I'm not sure if it does come from the top government or where. I don't know where it is. But there is so much hopelessness. There is so much lack of self belief and encouragement among young people to come forth and tell the old ones or the adults to say, here we are the owners, we are in charge, we are the backbone, and without us, there's nothing can move. But there's just that age gap, yeah. So, and I don't know how we can motivate our young people. We can make sure that we encourage them so that they can be part of the decision making for themselves, because the future is for them anyway.
Unfortunately, he just said my point. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, I just wanted to just make these few points. Like the first one, like us as young people, we are not informed with regards to these things. It's actually my first time. That's why I even attended this conference, just to gain more knowledge about it. I'm still learning about it. I'm working in EIF under finance. Yes, intern. Yes, we are making payments only. Yes, we are just making payments in EIF under finance. So I came here to gain more. For me, actually. For me, under finance, I'm just making payments.
And I'm interested, I want to learn more. That's why I came here, so I can come and listen and gain some experience. Yes. Okay. And I just wanted to ask, like, do you people always, have you ever considered like going to universities, like during registrations, like to engage with students? Like some of us, me personally, will lack career guidance. Yes. That's my point. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Doc, I will start off by first answering her question, where she's on her last contribution or question to say, do we do career guidance? I would strongly state that a lot of universities are doing this, but it's the mindset of the young ones. They're not willing to be part of or to be informed. I'll be very honest. You'll be there doing an exhibition, they're just passing. They're not interested. They don't come forward. I don't know if they don't feel confident enough or I don't know how best to say it, but these avenues are, yes, yes, exactly. But we are not giving up, and we continue because we believe that, changing mindsets takes a while. And I think that's why I wanted to stress my point in terms of knowledge transfer. We are trying to create these communities of practices and creating some knowledge curves so that the knowledge, the skills are transferred to the young ones. But the mindset, I proudly or confidently say so and use the famous phrase by saying charity begins at home. If I have that mentality from a house or home where I'm coming from, like I cannot share what I know, and I choose what information I need to feed my mind with, there's that resistance from the youths. I would really like to bring forth to your attention that there's been so many projects, campaigns that have been initiated, and people have reached out to the youths, but just the willingness for them to come and participate. The first question they'll ask you is, what is it that I'm going to benefit from this? I'll give a practical example of the National Cleanup Campaign that I was driving. And people don't want to participate if there's no brochure or anything, or cool drink. So they're just motivated with just simple things like a drink. And you are trying to change the mindset to say, check, we are doing this for you, and it's not only for me. But just that mentality of what's in for me in this campaign or in this initiative or in this workshop that you're calling me for. And you who wants to just share your knowledge, your skills, because you don't have finances to provide to them, they will not show up, unfortunately.
Okay, I just wanted to ask something. Like, have you ever considered like going to high schools? Oh, but you never went to mine.
I may not have come to yours, yes, but that was one of the conference paper that I also presented at ISA conference in South Africa. How are environmental education clubs assisting in terms of building, like providing career guidance to the young ones? The EE centers, the EE clubs. It's like the tree planting competition. Not everyone sees its vital role or its importance, because the next thing they'll ask you, when are we going to reap or get the benefits from what we are planting now. They don't see, they want to get, they want to get immediate output from a project, not something that will take longer. So that's why I'm talking about mindset. We really need to create awareness and try to change the mindset and sell these ideas to get their buy-in so that they get involved in these things.
Yeah, it's just a comment. You see, the issue of rising awareness pertaining to environmental protection, it requires a lot of efforts in terms of changing behavior. As you said, some of the youth, they might not see the value of planting trees, but it requires a lot of motivation, really. You mentioned about the mindset. Yes, it's true. I mean, a lot of transformation is required, to change behavior, to appreciate the value of protecting the environment. I'll give you maybe an example. I have a small project, at Nawa Spot, and normally I buy the recycle. I go to rent a drum. I buy recycles, and then I educate my people there, whatever, and so on. And every time I go there, when it comes to recycle, nothing happens, But I didn't give up. What I did last time, I took my recycled bag, full bag that has been recycled, the bag that has been recycled. I took it there as an example. Please, the recyclables. These are the type of recyclables that you need to put in the recycled bag, because they will put the hair, they will put whatever and so on. So what I'm trying to say is that we should not give up. We shouldn't give up. And, especially when it comes to, I've been in the youth sector for many years. You just need to find the best way. The best way to bring them on board, Sometimes things that we take for granted, the things that we take for granted is things that, to be honest, the youth are not aware of. And also, we must also not also stereotype. Maybe the youth which IUM, UNAM, NAST, and so on, they might have been, maybe they have a different mindset because they've been transformed by the environment. But if you go to the youth in other regions, I implemented a project in GAM, in GAM. Although the youth there, they are divided along political lines. But you can see that these youth, when you assign them something to do, I mean, they will work hard, because that's the only opportunity they have. So we really need to look at all these factors. Yeah. So it's a number of factors, really. It's a number of factors.
Yes, please.
Sorry, thank you. Mine is just a quick one. Going back to what we agreed, we said the fund will be administered by the EIF.
Mm-hmm. Suggestion.
No, that's a good suggestion. But what is the possibility of it being managed rather by a private company instead of the EIF?
EOS Capital. Capricorn Group, they're managing my pension. If I trust them with my pension, I should be able to trust them with the community fund. They're not going to run away with my money because I'll take them to court and they'll go out and make it. Government, how do you take government to court? They'll kill you before you win.
There's a apparently, what do you want to say?
I didn't speak in the mic on purpose.
My question is, how do you want a grant system to be managed by a corporate?
Yeah, and the problem is the private institutions won't be able to attract.
But then maybe, maybe this is the reason why we are here, right? We are trying to establish what else can work apart from what we currently know. Of course, maybe the grant approach, it being managed by a public institution, of course, maybe it has been working, but what if we explore the later? In terms of accountability, in terms of ensuring that profits are indeed also attained, so that it's just not normal practice of doing things.
Yeah, obviously we are exploring the different options. Obviously, yes. I think the rationale of EIF is because we said, well, the capacity is already there. Existing capacity. Capitalizing in terms of even of attracting external funding. I mean, there is so much expertise. That's one advantage. The other advantage is that the governance structure is already in place. Another advantage, EIF has such a huge network globally. Now, if you have to put it in a private, obviously, I'm not saying it should not be done, but you know, it will be very limited.
But that
very
is
limited.
Something that can grow organically.
Oh yes.
We had a proposal here. I can't remember whether it was from Petrus or someone else, saying why can't the local communities manage their own fund? Now, my personal belief at this moment, they are not up to it. It will be a failure. But as we go along and as we raise the capacity of the people, one day they will be, and as we trust them with more responsibility, they will react, and one day they will be able to manage their own fund. So I see this cooperation with the private sector in the same way. At the moment, the EIF dominates the resource mobilization sphere. But private institutions can possibly invest the raised money more profitably. So it could be you're concentrating on resource mobilization, I'm concentrating on maximizing interest. So, you know, it's perhaps a symbiosis that could grow organically.
Through a JV even.
Yes. And you know, eventually, we haven't heard any scandals yet about EIF. But it's being a parastatal, it wouldn't strike me as abnormal if tomorrow I read in the paper, EIF found to be corrupt, 300 million missing. That's what you expect of SOEs in Namibia. And EIF is an SOE. It's much less likely to happen with a private institution. So if there's a partnership that develops organically, I think it has a future. But certainly the process should start with the EIF because it has existing capacity, and then let's see how it goes. How do we make the private sector a partner in this investment? Because governments and SOEs can't do it alone. We do need to expand the net, which I think is your point. But thanks to the EIF, good management at the moment, as far as we know, it's corruption-free.
Okay, I think I just wanted to...
Don't ask me.
No, I'm not asking. You came up with the point, so just pointing to you who came up with the point. Yeah. Okay, in terms of private sector involvement in something like this, no? Like what Excel, no? Great, mentioned earlier on, private sectors are very profit-driven. So if you're to establish something with the private sector, what type of motivation do you give them to want to participate and to want to give their utmost best to ensure that interest, for example, is invested to its most fruitful capacity? Like, what would be the, what is their, what will we motivate them with to go with it?
Now we get this. Wonderful.
Oh my gosh, why did I ask this question?
No. I think you found you put your finger on it.
Thank you very much.
for the opportunity. I think the issue of saying that it should go to private sector, I think my colleague here, Treasurer, asked a very good question. The question is, what is the motive? What is the interest of the private sector? If you're saying that this is going to be a grant, are you simply saying that an institution like, for instance, you're talking about the Capricorn Group that manages his pension, will they simply be managing this on the interest of the goodness of their heart? No. There definitely should be some sort of revenue that is guaranteed towards them, management fee. And that's what we're saying, that for instance at the EIF, you manage public financing, not getting a cent out of it. It's meant specifically just to go to that specific community. So by doing that, joint ventures are good. Now we are not against them. There are many platforms which we engage in them to ensure that projects are sustainable. So some of the things that we have learned from the EDA project to see how we can be able to sustain them, and we realize that JVs can actually be able to sustain those projects by driving an income from that and ensuring that also those recipients of those communities get to benefit, but we also sustain the organization. Yeah. But in this regard, when it comes to grants, I don't think that is the most applicable example to be able to use. Other platforms that we could have maybe used are similar to what the Sunref project, which we had engaged, for instance, Sunref project. Okay. The Sunref project which came to an end, which was this, it was concessional loans for credit line for the 3 banks, that is Nedbank, Bank Windhoek as well as FNB, to the value of over 800 million Namibian dollars, that's 45 million euros, which was facilitated through the EIF because it was business orientated. It was to create a line of credit for private entities, be it in tourism, agriculture, and renewable energy. But this one, if we are focusing on grants to sustain a resource that will benefit communities, the mode of using private entities to manage it is simply not be the way to go, because even if that fund generates, let's say it becomes worth 100 million, so it means the interest that is coming out of that, you definitely means that, you know, the bank will probably be saying, I want maybe, what, 8.5% of the interest of that interest generated. So, but we are saying we want to give it back to the communities. So, and I think just maybe maybe just to shed some almost small light as well, is to say that I know it is expected possibly that government institutions should always be susceptible to some form of corruption and should just be some groundbreaking negative story to come. But I think we are proud to say that in the 11 years of existence at the EIF, up to date right now, we have 52 unqualified audits of the various projects that have been managed under the Environmental Investment Fund. So I think the fact that the fact that we have been able to also have these 52 unqualified audits of the various projects that we have, and many of them we manage on behalf of developmental partners such as GIZ, UNDP, you name them. I think the achievement is to say that, and because we have been trusted to mobilize 3 billion up to date, and we have dispersed more than 2.3 billion, I think for us, with likely proceeds that you are looking at, it's not to say that perhaps that we are even interested in management fees, because the EIF survives through management fees of various projects. That's how we sustain ourselves. And I think you'll be surprised to know that, I'll finish up right now, and this is just to remove perhaps a possibility of doubts in your mind, is to say that right now, I think one of our biggest partners, the GCF, has entrusted the EIF to manage over 640 million worth of money in terms of 4 projects. So I think we are more than equal to the task. And I think the danger that also that we must see here is that we must avoid this thing of Namibia. When something new comes up, we necessarily want to create something new to handle that. There is a working formula. I think EIF will be more than ready to handle the task. And we can see how, in terms of management of these funds, whether or not, for instance, us hosting it, we can set up, for instance, what we call project steering committee, for instance, of even the current projects that we have. We have a committee normally that recommends in terms of approval of those various projects that we do. So if there is a specific committee that manages how those funds should be dispersed, the private sector, individuals and other state-owned institutions such as institutions of education of higher learning are welcome to serve on those committees so they can be able to share their expertise and we can be able to contribute. So I think we should look at it not as EIF as an institution on its own, but how all of us can be able to contribute. And I think through even the EIF, there are still platforms in which stakeholders such as private institutions, institutions of higher learning can be able to contribute to ensure that we grow a fund of that nature should it be realized in the near future. Thank you.
In the interest of time management, please summarize what you wanted to say.
I've concluded.
Okay. 2 more contributions, one by Mr. Aribep and one by Ms. Johannes.
Yeah, mine is not in defense of EIF. We are just an NDD. We are hosting this conference because we've signed up under Nilaleg to host it. The decision is MEFTs, where it would go. But having experienced resource mobilization, GCF accreditation with the private sector since 2016, why is it that in Namibia not a single bank is found the need to put money, the upfront cost of GCF accreditation? Because they said the cost involved in getting accredited with GCF is too costly for spending their investors' money. Time, all those things. Not necessarily EIF, it can even be Game Products Trust Fund. Because of being state-owned entities, they have the capacity to de-risk this cost with state funding. That's one point I need to make. Not necessarily EIF, but it can be the energy fund, it can be Game Product Trust Fund. That's one advantage that SOEs have. Number 2, what is the economic value of our forests compared to forests that you find in Zambia, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, South Africa, where private sector is heavily involved? There is a reason why Namibian private sector is not involved in forestry in this country, because our forests are of low economic value. So that's also another aspect that plays here that we need to take into account. So for private sector to get involved, they always require return on their investment. So yeah, not necessarily EIF, I must be very clear, any SOE.
Is it quick?
Very quick.
Okay.
Okay. No, I'll just add on. I'll add on to something that Lot mentioned on. Just a suggestion. If we're to get private involved, no? Lot mentioned having them in steering committees and so forth, just to advise on and so forth. I also just wanted to add on it, just to say something of, if we're to offer a benefit for them, to get ideas from them in terms of coming up with ideas in which we can start generating funds for the grant, for the fund, Community Forest Fund. Perhaps we can offer them marketing, whereby we create a platform, for example, where they can share ideas in terms of income generation and whatnot, and then we can offer them exposure, including their names like that, in conferences and so forth, and get the private sector involved from that angle. We just offer marketing and they can give us ideas and we take it from there.
Last contribution by Anna, and then we close it off.
No, I don't even think I need to share this. Colleagues, as I said, we already know what are the facts, what is working, that is already established. I think my question was rather on, what if we could explore this? Is it done before? Maybe no. But is it open for exploring? Of course. Okay, I think in terms of the private sector colleagues, are they here or not? I think maybe this is something we're supposed to make sure that it's done, right? But as I said, we are not even pointing fingers. We don't even need to justify who is doing what. It's just food for thought. Yes. And this is the reason why we created a platform like this. Because we already know what is working for sure. That is established. But, again, let us also be open to explore in terms of what is that other countries are doing who have the same baseline as us. What can we learn from them using a different approach? Thanks.
I think on that, on that high note, it's a good time to end off. I want to thank all the participants for your very lively contribution. It's much appreciated. Please make sure our feedback lives up to the high standard of the debate, and I think you deserve a round of applause. Thank you, and I hope our online delegates could follow. Thank you. So let's have a short cup of coffee or beer if you are more into non-coffee beverages, and then please come back for the break.
Okay, we can just grab a cup of coffee and then come back to give our feedback. I think we needed a 2-day workshop. I saw the energy coming up. Let's grab some coffee and then come back to give feedback on the discussions. May I request everyone outside to please come in so that we can proceed? I'm kindly asking everyone. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our main session after those insightful breakaway conferences. I hope all you had, and each one of you had a chance to engage in some stimulating discussions, share and exchange valuable ideas. Now let's bring those discussions and give feedback of what we have come up with. Before I call the first group to give us their feedback, theme 2 was looking at the theme titled Forging Collaborative Capitalization Strategies for Community Forest Fund and Fostering Synergies. This panel discussion was convened with experts and stakeholders that helped us to understand issues around community forest fund, starting from the concept, the potential benefits and collaborative efforts required to make it a driving force for a positive change. I would like to call upon Dr. Axel to give us feedback around this theme. Dr. Axel, thank you. Are we not clapping for him? Are we that tired? A hand of applause for Dr. Axel. Thank you. I can assure you that these were very, very insightful discussions. That's why I think the last group is even taking longer than expected to come.
Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Salome Naivela. I also work for the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia, who I was also under theme 2, which we are looking at establishing a community forest fund. Okay, Doctor is saying I must. Oh. Thank you for all the participants that were taking part under theme 2 for your all valuable contribution to this discussion. Yes, this one. So the purpose of establishing the Community Forest Fund is to assist our community forests for them to sustainably use their resources, right? So that we can improve their livelihoods. And then we'll move on to what will the requirements be for establishing this Community Forest Fund. Because of this technicality of these points, I will give Dr. Axel to take over from here.
We'll do it as a team. Thank you, Salome. Yes. Every development project has to improve the livelihoods of people, otherwise it's not worth its name. But if you're working in the natural resource sector, you need to improve the sustainability of natural resource use first before the communities can benefit. So sustainable natural resource use is a prerequisite for improving rural people's livelihood. So even though this is the ultimate goal, this is the foundation that it is built on. That's what our group decided very sensibly. Now, we have a couple of aspects that we think are requirements to make a community forest fund. First of all, it needs to be based on a decent inventory, especially if you want to involve the private sector. They want to know what is the quality of your resource, how much is there, where does it occur, what are the conditions, etc., etc. The Directorate of Forestry is compiling or has compiled an inventory for every community forest, but technically it is not deep enough to be, in inverted commas, bankable to draw an investor. It's mostly generalizations and platitudes, but there is a process for compiling an inventory, it just needs to be strengthened. Secondly, it was emphasized that the fund, whatever it may be, must be managed credibly, must be managed well in order to retain credibility. If people hear some strange noise about where money is concerned, they tend not to invest. So it must be clean in order to attract investment. And then if you want to involve the private sector, there has to be profit in it for the private sector as well. Otherwise, they will not participate. And profitability is best built on adding value to raw materials. Not by exporting raw materials, but by processing them and adding value. That is where most profit is made. And in order to exploit the profitability, you need excellent marketing. You might have seen in today's newspaper and yesterday's newspaper, the red line is again under discussion. That's what is meant by good marketing, and how, if there's no good marketing, how it works to the disadvantage of land users. The Community Forest Fund needs to avoid such a scenario. Other requirements is that at least initially the group felt that the Community Forest Fund should be hosted by the EIF for the existing technical and financial skills, I mean banking technical skills, and the ability, proven ability to mobilize resources. But eventually and increasingly involving the local level, the communities and or regions, as well as private institutions like the Bankers Forum, who at the moment do not have the capacity to mobilize international funds because, for example, no private banking group in Namibia has got accreditation with the GCF. That is a major donor to environmental projects. The EIF is the only one institution that has such accreditation. It was also proposed to involve the regional council or authorities at the regional level, even at the Community Forest Fund, because the communities, especially at the moment, do not have the capacity to even meet basic requirements. But the capacity is present at the regional level, and it becomes a matter of availing that regional capacity to the local level in order to enable communities to benefit fully from such development. Eventually, not all the activities that Community Forest undertakes will generate revenue or even a profit. Some of them are absolutely needed as a long-term investment. For example, reforestation and afforestation. It does bring revenue, it does bring a profit, but only in 2 or 3 lifetimes from now. So it's not something that the private sector would be interested to invest in right now. And the rehabilitation of degraded areas, which is very important because there is hardly a woodland, hardly a rangeland in Namibia that is not degraded. That rehabilitation is also not very profitable, but it needs to be done in order to increase productivity and improve resilience. So the fund, the profitable activities of the fund would have to subsidize these not profitable activities, but essential activities. Our group found it very important that the youth be involved actively in the running of a communal forest fund, and that the youth diaspora, meaning the young people leaving their home villages for job seeking in town, should plow back those skills that are useful to the community. For example, basic bookkeeping, basic mechanical skills, basic technical skills, which they do have, to improve the communities back home. An example was mentioned, all those people who drown in the Mediterranean Sea, they are not going for a recreational swim. They're trying to go overseas to send money back home. And similarly, the Namibian diaspora should invest some of their skills in their home communities. Where would the funds come from for a community forest fund? It's very important to produce something, if only for your self-esteem. And those value-added products should attract a levy that contributes to the fund, so that there is buy-in by the producers and the processors. But that will probably be a small portion of the funds that are needed. The major portion should come from carbon trading. Forestry is worldwide the accepted way, the best way to sequester atmospheric carbon. And Namibia is also in the process of compiling a carbon market in which we can participate. And this would be a major source. And the sooner we learn to participate in the African carbon market and the international carbon market, the sooner we will have what is most likely going to be a sustainable source of financing for our environmental activities, including the Community Forest Fund. But obviously, the government should provide startup funding and public and international capitalization through environmental institutions like GEF, GCF, etc., should also be sourced. Then, in general, it was felt that more awareness raising is needed amongst communities. The level of understanding of climate change, the value of forestry, environmental affairs generally at community level varies tremendously. Some of the communities are terribly uninformed, others are quite with it. Also, the level of, or the ability to participate in project opportunities varies tremendously from community to community. You will go to a community in Eastern Oangwena or Congo or Mauni. They've been beneficiaries of development projects for 30 years. They know exactly how the project process works, and they attract a lot of projects. Then you go to a Bukalo, to a community in central Zambezi like Bukalo, who've never participated in projects. Their understanding of projects is very incomplete, and they hardly attract projects because of that. So even that understanding and capacity varies tremendously between communities, and a lot of awareness raising, capacity building is needed. And then career guidance involving the youth. The youth leave the land because for various reasons they don't see a future in the land, whereas the land is the future. So that needs to be addressed through career guidance and youth exposure. And it was felt that community forests are concentrated very much in the northern and eastern parts of Namibia and should be expanded to other wooded parts of Namibia as well. What did I forget? Yes, please.
Okay, there's a point that Doctor mentioned, expanding natural resource management capacities in community forests. I just wanted to know from the House, like with conservancies, we have the community-based natural resource management CBNRM that was established to increase this capacity of the conservancies. I wanted to know if there's something happening like that also for community forests, like where they also have a body that's helping them with technical capacity. Anybody from the community forests or Directorate of Forestry? Huh?
If you go on the website for NAXO, they are now combining the CBRM, and they also are saying that they are covering also community forests. Yes, so that's what I wanted to just clarify.
Thank you, Tawanda.
Before we close off, would anyone like to contribute ideas to the Community Forest Fund, how to establish it, how to operate it, how to mobilize resources for it? If you didn't have your opportunity in the group, would you like to contribute? Or burning questions, burning issues? If not, the car is sold to the highest bidder. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Salome. All right, moving up, we are having the team from Theme 3. They were discussing on the theme titled De-risking nature-based investments through innovation, grant mechanisms, and investment platforms. They were looking at the approaches to de-risk nature-based investments by bridging gaps between grants, loans, and commercial bank funding. They also went on further to see how these can be integrated into investment platforms that will leverage technology and collaboration to streamline the grant application process, enhance transparency, and align projects with national development projects and international sustainability frameworks. To help us unpack on the discussions for Theme 3, may I call upon Ms. Margaret Nash to come and just enlighten us on the discussions that they had. A very big hand of applause to Ms. Margaret. That's not good enough. Thank you. After lunch, but people didn't want to go or to stop. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm already introduced. My name is Margaret, and I was part of Theme 3 that spoke on de-risking the investment. All right, at the group level, we spoke about what the roles of the banks are and how the banks actually evaluate the different projects that they receive, what criteria do they look at, and of course, what can actually be done a bit different to ensure that more of the projects receive funding from the commercial banks. The criteria were shared with the group. And of course, there was, I think, one of the things that are outstanding or that stood out is the guarantee aspect that the commercial banks indicated that if a project actually have infrastructures, those can actually be used as a guarantee for them to access funding. And then, of course, they look at mostly that the project should be bankable, firstly, and so returns should be able to be yield from such a project when the commercial bank puts in their funds or their money. That is very, very important. I think we know that commercial banks are profit-orientated. And then he also indicated that, of course, the collaboration between the different partners from the commercial banks also plays a very important role in this sector where we are, because sometimes projects do come in, but they do not really meet the criteria as such. So the collaboration between the partners, the commercial banks look at what UNDP can bring, what EIF can offer, so that you de-risk then this loan that you're about to disperse to this beneficiary or to this individual. We also looked at the transition between the grants and the pilot projects, how the grants can actually move from being the grants to projects that are sustainable in the long run. And of course, the experts from the EIF have shared with us so much details on how this is practically done and gave some practical examples and have indicated that, of course, the proposals, we have to move to the stage of having bankable proposals from onset, that we make sure that these proposals can actually attract the commercial banks to start it off with, or can actually in the long run attract the commercial banks after the grant have entered. So basically the group discussed the process of how a grant can be financed from the EIF to a certain stage and then can be made more bankable and more profitable for a commercial bank to come in and to continue just to ensure sustainability of such a project. Some case studies have been shared as well. Like I indicated, the experts also indicated that if from onset of proposal drafting we can have off-take arrangements, for example, for some of this project, it will help to bring in the sustainability angle and basically to have an end goal in mind when we are drafting or when we assess this proposals and these projects, to have them sustainable and to be able to be commercial at the end of the day. We also then spoke about how proposals can be improved and how these proposals can actually then be aligned to the national developmental agendas, be it national development plans, be it the NTCs and the sustainable development goals. We basically, the group shared that it's quite important that from the onset, when the proposals are being drafted, that there is collaborations, especially at the community level, where most of these projects come from or emanate from. The group shared that it's quite important to actually go to these communities if you don't receive quality proposals the first time, that we should approach it from a different angle, reach out to these communities, go to them and assist them, sort of give them a mentor support in drafting these proposals, and just to ensure that there is sustainability also in such proposals. And of course, the group also thought that there is a need to relook at the criteria of grant approval, basically from the different sectors, so that we know that we approve grants that are solid and that are really grounded to at the end of the day bring us return, both financially and environmental benefits as well, depending on what the objective of such a project is. We then had an expert online, Dr. Kawana, that came to share a lot with us with regard to the poultry project and shared practicality examples from that angle, shared the challenges, and shared actually also what we can do best in terms of funding projects. He indicated basically to say that there have been a lot of effort, there have been a lot of funds that have been pumped into these various communities, but the return or the impact is not visible. And so the proposal from the group is that we have to change the way we do the funding and from the proposal stage again to ensure that there is sustainability in these projects that we fund. By bringing in a mentorship aspect from onset, we do not have to wait for a project to take off and fail before we try to bring in a mentor. So the group really thought that it's important from onset that we bring in mentor components are budgeted for and they are given the attention that they deserve. The group was also of the opinion that, for example, in the poultry sector, we could actually channel some of the funds to projects that could produce the feed, because that is one of the challenges right now that the poultry farmers are facing, and try to move away from the traditional funding of cattle farming as well as goats, of livestock generally, but then to diversify also our funding into the other activities and also strengthen our regional support. That is one of the things that also came from the group discussion, that the regional supports right now is sort of one-sided. The other farmers doing any other farming do not receive the same attention as the livestock farming, and that we should divert that, and we should cultivate regional collaboration and strengthen that for the benefit of this project. I think my time is running, eh? All right. Okay, all right. The group also thought that there should be a need to it should be important for us to strike the balance between the focus of the financial component, in as much as the returns are very, very critical. We can't run away from returns in projects, and we should keep in mind that when we design projects in the long run, they should be able to retain some sort of return or become commercial, and that is also one of the aspects. But also we need to strike the balance between that, which is the financial returns, as well as the returns to the environment or to whatever objective of that project brings to the biodiversity in that specific area where the project is being implemented. Yeah, and of course, then there was also a need. The group also thought that there is need for us to strengthen the lessons learned and create platforms to share ideas, be it from different projects that has to do with this sector for environmental. There is need for platforms of engagement and to share lessons learned so that we share knowledge and we share experiences and we learn as we go as well. Yeah, basically that is what we spoke about in a nutshell. Thank you very much for listening.
Another hand of applause to Miss Margaret. Thank you very much. All right. I think we are managing our time very well. So the last group looked at how do we leverage integrated landscape management to enhance resource mobilization and funding, a strategic exploration. I would like to call Lap on the stage. I thought you were the one who was the lead. You've delegated.
They nominated, they consented to have somebody report back. So, yeah.
All right. Okay. I take cognizance of the fact that we have to be gender sensitive as well. Thank you. Do you need a microphone?
Good afternoon to the stakeholders. Thank you for your participation, your proactive participation. My name is Maknel Shnengwa. I am with the Environmental Investment Fund, and I would like to take you through our engagements on theme 4. The speaker introduced, and I would like to stand on the topic introduced. Our first question that we were faced with is, how can we establish mechanisms that facilitate collaboration and also prevents duplication of efforts? So we had said, let's first establish a baseline. Where are we at? What are some of the interventions that are currently existing, or where are we with our developmental agenda, or what type of platforms exist now in regards to the forestry fund? Now, we said, okay, let's have clear objectives and strategies to be able to establish this. We also had said, okay, we need to have what are some of the expected activities and deliverables to ensure that the successful establishment of such a fund. We also said that we need to have strategic plans nationally. The common clear goals, the goals need to be clear, and the various institutions or stakeholders that are involved should have a common goal. We also identified the types of stakeholders, or how can stakeholders be identified, and how can we then assign specific activities or roles towards these various stakeholders. So we identified that we need a lead political institution, which we established that will have the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, MEFT in short. Our external one would be the National Planning Commission, NPC. on assigning the roles, we said, no, these roles, they should be able to cover inclusivity. They need to create awareness, and we need to establish a core team, basically like a technical working group, to be able to know that which specific organization or institution has a specific or a more clear vision or objective to establish. And then we said we should have a system that allows us to report back on some of the initiatives and activities that we'll be taking part in. To move on, we said, what are the strategies that we can ensure to pool resources? So here we said, okay, let's first establish an approach. One is we should try and align our international goals or plans with that of our domestic or local developmental agenda or institutions. Some of those are the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also mentioned the African Union, the 2063 goals that they want to achieve. So see how we can basically find an approach. So the second one is the in-country one, a strategy, which is the Harambee Prosperity Plan, the second one, to use that as a political vehicle. We also said, we also spoke about how can these strategies align with the broader international ones, such as the Paris agreements, which now the new kid on the block is the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. How can we ensure that our initiatives and agendas reduce the emissions or have a low carbon footprint, if I can put it in a nutshell. Further, we said, okay, let's identify contributors to the fund. This is the disbursement processes. We had a little bit of a case study we spoke about, which is the South Africa or the Zambian approach that they have used. And we also have how can we align with some of the donor requirements. This year we were actually talking about on policy as well as legal framework. How can we be able to, in order to tap into some of these financial resources, how can we ensure that our policies based on a more institutional as well as the national level align to those of the donor or the international developmental partner. Moving on. So I'll just be rushing through because we had a very lengthy deliberation. So please bear with me if I take my time. I apologize in advance. Our second one was, what are the various approaches that can be adopted to ensure that these resources that we are trying to attain are this additive, okay, and also have a cumulative impact and are not competitive. Okay, we said fine, let's coordinate our activities. So from here on, what gave birth from here is our country programming. How can we be able to sit with the various financial institutions or bodies to be able to have maybe let's say like EIF has an annual plan. We are able to, get stakeholders like we did here in one room. Once a year, twice a year, we have a programming platform where we are able to see how we can mirror each other's mandates and objectives in order to have who can coordinate which activities. We also mentioned an action plan, which will be headed by MEFT. The monitoring and evaluation, which can also be spearheaded by NPC. We mentioned having a database management system. We spoke about a knowledge management system, which is the capturing of the lessons learned and also disseminating the best practices. Again, we also spoke about, let me just collect my words here, sorry. Okay, we spoke about database not being available and how we can invest in having a location-based or GIS type of a platform where we can see which type of projects have, which type of initiatives or projects or funding has been provided within the country. Lastly, here we said that we would want a Is it a process flow or complementary structure on driving these specific activities and how it feeds into coordinating some of these activities via structure? And we spoke about how about we have a political, there needs to be a political setting, and then we have a steering committee or steering committee, and then a working group and a implementing body. And obviously there will be a process flow in this. Am I going too fast? Do I need some clarity? Is it okay? Too big, okay, thank you. Okay, I'm trying to catch up on time. Okay, the national country funding location, similar to what Mines and Energy has, that was on the GIS, sorry, why GIS? GIS system that I was speaking about, for many record keeping, being able to see where various resources have been mobilized, how much has been mobilized, which are the thematic areas where these resources were mobilized to, the type of impact that this type of initiatives have had, both locally, regionally, nationally. Okay, how strategic information can be disseminated. Who are the various bodies that should be the custodians of this various information? Is it going to be political? Is it going to be something that is readily available? Or is it going to be both? Or how are some of the restrictions on some of this information sharing? And yeah. Stock taking and resource mapping, I mentioned that. And combining ongoing efforts and building on this resource base. Basically updating this platform, how often is it going to be updated? What are the resources that goes into maintaining such a platform? Challenges that comes also with some of this. We spoke about resource availability, skills gap, the accuracy of information. How accurately is this information disseminated or available? The privacy concerns, those are the restrictions that I mentioned. Sometimes you'd find out that some private sectors do not want to, there is a lengthy process in accessing some piece of information that could be used for research or updating of the system. The unintended consequences due to human behavior. Okay. The kickoff of capital. We said here, setting up such a system is going to be costly. There's a lot of administration cost in that, setting it up, and then using those same funds for some of the benefits or objectives that it's meant to achieve. And also gathering the data can also be a challenge, or it can time consuming. Opportunities, they said that we can have some type of a levy system on timber products to be able to pull resources for maintaining this fund or running this fund. We said inclusion of research institutions such as now your UNAM, your NAST, your various vocational institutions to be able to fill these skills gaps that's missing. We spoke about exploring international, what was this? Let me just say this, international space or opportunities such as your grants, your green bonds, and your ecotourism. Am I on the right? Sorry? Yes, exploring international sources of funds. Sorry, thank you, ma'am. Benchmarking, we spoke about benchmarking. Ms. Bernadette mentioned that such a forestry fund, there are about 77 around the world, and that we can actually use that as a benchmark than trying to reinvent the wheel and stumbling on some of the mistakes that they maybe have made. But how about we focus on some of the good practices that they have documented to make this a success? Thus, I mentioned the best practices. Also, we spoke about building awareness or capacitating the people on the grassroots level, whether those with limited literacy levels or skills, if I can put it that way, for lack of a better phrase or better word, to be able to ensure that their livelihoods and how they conduct their various day-to-day activities also align with some of the mandates that we want to achieve. We spoke about peer-to-peer learning. How to enhance visualization and aligning our projects with, sorry, what is, alignment between the projects and, is this overarching goals? Okay. Okay. How do we enhance the visualization of by aligning the projects and the overarching goals? That's also fine, eh? Such as the SDGs, the NDCs, etc. So here we use an example of COP27, how the project and its objectives and various components of the objectives was presented at COP27, and you find that international donors that were not previously aware of such activities or such interventions actually are present and gets to participate or be able to align or to fund similar projects. We can say that coordination of activities and follow through. What is the role of the PPP unit with the Ministry of Finance? We also, what is this? Okay, I'll skip that for now. Okay, so we also go to how we might, what is this? Okay, how might visual representation aid decision making and collaboration? Okay, this is done through project visualization, through the GI systems that we mentioned earlier, and we can be able to differentiate or contrast between the project mapping and accountability reporting. We also touched on having a project dashboard. This is on the GIS system, I suppose. And also being able to identify who are our audiences. Is it the developmental partners? Is it the national level institutions? As well as on the project levels with the PMUs and the PSTs, etc. Moving on. How can funding by location support decision making? Here we said we would have targeted investments informed by investments made. Does that read well? Okay. We try and avoid duplication. And here we have the purpose of M&E. Moving on, how can this inform project prioritization and resource allocation? Sorry. This is by identifying the gaps and by having an impact through investments. How can the public-private sectors engage with local platform to ensure comprehensive coverage of projects and their contributions? We use the examples of gardens in Kunene, and the water challenges that some people might have. And we also touched based on the, is this pH levels? So, boreholes installed. Yeah. So everyone now is just doing gardening. So how can we ensure that, that there is a broader coverage on various projects? So we avoid double reporting as well, or double dipping. And the GIS location-based to map out interventions, ne? Okay. Yeah. So we also, is this enhanced? Sorry, it's not my handwriting. Yes, I'm struggling. Is it amending legislation? Or embed on existing legislation? All right. Guys, I'm sorry. Is it the lastly? Okay. Lastly, what incentives can be offered for, is it partnerships? Participation, okay. We said there is open access to data, based both local, national or regional, which is within SADC, and international as well, because it's a digital space or platform, as well as sharing of information, and also there's transparency as this platform is open for everybody to access. So a little bit shaky towards the end, but we move and we grow. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I understand why you took so long. Yeah, the last group took so long to come. Yes, so another round of applause to our presenter. I like the fact that you brought the aspect of having a database, and avoiding issues of reporting, and also I think with the database, or with the presence of the database, you would be able to avoid replication and reinventing the wheel, where when you have information stored in one database, you avoid wasting resources on something that was already or initially done. Yeah, so it's like you have a baseline. So thank you very, very much for all your contributions. So we are going to give a hand of applause to ourselves for the contributions that we have made. A round of applause to each one of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless if there are any contributions from our online participants, are we having any contributions, suggestions? Nothing. All right. As we conclude this public-private partnership conference, let us remember that our shared commitment to collaboration and innovation will be the driving force behind transformation and the change that we hope to see. Together, indeed, we can build a brighter future for our communities. We can also help to harness the power of partnerships to address our world's most pressing challenges. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm not giving the closing remarks, but I know just how much work it takes to organize an event such as this one. I would like to really and wholeheartedly express and extend my sincere appreciation to the EIF team, Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and obviously to all of you, the participants, because without your presence, this event wasn't going to be a resounding success. With that said, I would like to call upon the manager. All right. I open the floor for questions before I can call upon the person giving the closing remarks. You are free, Dr. Aksa. Thank you. No. Mm. EIF team. Mr. Tawanda.
When you were registering for the conference, we asked for consent to send you more information. So what we want to do is, as part of our activities under the Nilaleg project, the conference is there, but what we need to have as outputs are reports. So we're going to have reports. So we want to use that platform where we were saying would present to you a newsletter, because what we've discovered is that there's a lot of information on the Nilaleg information. So we'll try to put it in chunks, and the reports will be shared, like there's a report that needs to be shared with the banks as part of our reporting. There's a report that needs to be shared for the conference itself. So all these, they will be shared. And then some of the recommendations that came through was we need to continuously do this dialogue. And I'm actually glad that we've got our M&E and communications are here. So one of the recommendations was we need to do this more often. So we'll try to actually see which offshoots we shoot off from the conference, and any other suggestions that might come through from the recommendations from the group.
You can go ahead, Dr. Aksa. They are so eager to contribute.
Yes. Okay, now thank you so much, Tawanda. I really raise up, but I would really love to thank the doctor for interrupting, otherwise we could have a crusher by now. And I was really feeling guilty as I was sitting down here because I really felt we miss one thing, and that one thing is the insurance part or tool, which really form part of one of the theme, but then out of all the discussion and the summary that we had here, we were really never mentioned as how we can also be a tool of collaboration and eventually be part of the solutions and the impact that we are really seeking for.
Yes.
I am John Alworthy, and I am from Nasria. In fact, I'm the agriculture manager at Nasria. You know, I came because it was more of a climate change topic and how the climate change risk can really be addressed to the benefit of the citizens or of the farmers in particular, or the country at large. And the information that I really want to give at this juncture is that the Nasria is your own special risk insurance company. We are a state-owned insurance company. And to date, we are really expanding our service into the agricultural climate change risk. And under our agriculture insurance product, the Namibia Agriculture Insurance Scheme. And under that product, we have identified a livestock insurance product, which we commonly call the weather index-based livestock insurance product. And really, why we, or one of the reasons among many why we came here is to really seek for funding opportunities. And the funding opportunities that we are really seeking are those that are aimed at supporting the product, but more of supporting the farmers out there where we really want to see the impact. This is in the form of aiding premium subsidies that farmers have to pay at the end of the day. One very important element of the discussion that I have really noticed was also the involvement of private sector, especially banks. This insurance product can be a tool that our farmers, particularly the rural farmers, can really use as a collateral to really access loan at the banking institutions. Because we have to play between profit and sustainability, and if the banking sector is coming on board and there is really somehow nothing for them, but let me not really say nothing for them, but if there is no de-risking measures, then it becomes a little bit of a concern. We also have another product that we are also busy designing, and we are looking more into the biodiversity conservation. And this is the human wildlife conflict insurance scheme. We know, especially in the northern communal areas, wildlife are everywhere and they cause field destruction, predating on livestock, and however the offset payments that is really being received from government is really too little to really enable the farmer to really go back into the position where he was before. Therefore, in all this endeavor, we are really seeking for support in terms of funding so that we can collectively see how we can support the farming community and Namibia at large, into really managing and assisting in mitigating some of this risk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. Our colleague from Bank Windhoek, your contribution.
So from our end, so issues of financing are always complex, especially when it comes to trying to create impact. We see how mitigation is easy to sort of finance. You have everything is straightforward. But with adaptation, it becomes complex because you don't see those numbers run through, and then we are dealing with depositors' money. We're dealing with your money. So without sufficient security that money can be repaid, it makes it difficult for a private bank to invest in a strictly adaptation project, So, but then keeping to the theme of this conference, as in public-private partnerships, I think it's about the structure. So the financial structure. Who can we bring on board to mitigate those risks that the commercial banks inherently fear, So you find those right partners, you create the perfect financing structure, and then you have financing flowing from the private sector. Yvette also mentioned something about blended finance, which is something similar. So just bringing in the right type of measures, insurance, grant funding, blending it, and then creating a financial structure that speaks to the project, that can finance the project, and everybody sort of meets their tick boxes, so to say. So yeah, so it's a matter of having those conversations, getting those people on board and having those one-on-one conversations, and see where it goes. We as Bank Windhoek, we've gone through this journey where we did something that was not done before, which is the bonds, the thematic bonds. So we've done that. We've issued a green and sustainability bond now that we're with. And with the sustainability bond, we are trying to diversify the types of projects we finance. But yet again, we are still faced with that stumbling block, as in, how do we then diversify this funding to finance something, say, forestry related? But then with the inherent risks, it's difficult. So it's just a matter of having those conversations and so forth. Yeah.
Ms. Bernadette?
There's always that one person that wants to keep everybody here. Sorry. But just to add that, answer Doctor's question, like in terms of a lot of discussions, even in the groups, even in the mornings, like a lot of them were earmarked for the ministry. Ministry of Environment, they couldn't be here because of the climate conference that's happening in Kenya. But I think it's still important after this meeting that we organize a side meeting with the ministry, the ED, so they at least are aware in terms of the recommendations coming out from here. And then another question that we had was, what exactly is the role of the PPP unit in the Ministry of Finance? If at all, Ministry of Environment should be supported by Ministry of Finance, that should ideally be the platform or the unit to lead or to assist Ministry of Environment coordinate this process. And then also, we were not sure if there are any existing PPP initiatives already happening under some or another, I don't know, association or whatever. If there's no such a platform, we can use this one as one to springboard that. We can start with the forestry, but of course if there are other avenues where people want to bring in these sort of partnerships, why not use this one to leverage on the others? But yeah, we're not sure if it already exists or we're duplicating, but if it does exist, I think we can build on to that platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any contributions? Any other contributions? The youths. Do you want to forever hold your peace and not contribute? You're being given a platform to air out your grievances that we were talking about during our discussion, so this is the best platform actually. How do you want to be included in future events? They'll send an email. All right. No contributions from online participants?
No, none.
All right. Thank you so much for those insightful and informative contributions that are going to shape the future of this public-private partnership venture that we have embarked on. I would now like to call up on the stage to give the closing remarks Mr. Lot Ndamanom Hata. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Pardon me. The Manager and Corporate Communications for EIF to give us the closing remarks. A big hand to Mr. Lot.
Thank you very much. I must indicate from the onset that I was not prepared to do this. But yeah, we, at the Environmental Investment Fund, we have learned to adjust and to accept what comes. Thank you very much. I think I'll stand by the protocol established already from the morning. First of all, I think really just want to take this time to say thank you to all the participants that made time to be here. I think it's indeed not so easy. As the doctor was alluding that perhaps maybe the afternoon shift might be, a bit dandled, but definitely, especially within our group that I was in, the discussion was indeed lively and we continue to engaging. I think the important thing in terms of engagement is that it's not to say that perhaps that one wins an argument. It is continuous. It is to build each other. It's to make sure that we share as much information as possible. What I like about the fact that we're having this conference is that it's, talking about, for instance, the Forestry Fund. It's something that has never been done in Namibia before. So it's an opportunity to engage, it's an opportunity to compare and to contrast, especially for those colleagues that might have been exposed elsewhere, to also share those lessons learned and to see how we can be able to bring it here to Namibia. The other colleague alluded to say that, okay, why don't we take away maybe this function and engage the private sector? I think when we are responding, it was not to say that we are coming to the defense of the EIF and to be against you. We do apologize if it seemingly looked that way, but it was just also to highlight that there is also internal capacity, but however, where there are shortfalls, we always look forward to seeing where we can better ourselves. And I think one of the things that we learned at the stakeholders conference that we held this year on the 25th of July, where we had an engagement of over 250 people participate in terms of our engagement, was to say that we need to have stakeholders engage more frequently. And it is good that both of these activities are simply just a month apart. And we are hoping that we could also be able to continue to have this engagement. And also the next time when we have engagements, perhaps we could see how we could slot in the Nilaleg project and also to assess its impact that it has done up to date. But getting back now to the task at hand, I want to thank the UNDP, obviously our partner for sourcing this financing through Jeff, the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, for being the executing entity basically, and obviously the Environmental Investment Fund being the implementing partner. Definitely a round of applause in terms of trying to get this off the ground and ensuring that we engage stakeholders and to be able to source inputs from the various stakeholders. The participants we have already obviously thanked. I looked at when Doctor asked the question, what then? What is next? Ideally, the doctor was also talking about in terms of discussion is to say we must get away from this culture of us meeting as frequent as we can. Maybe we meet because the project requires us to meet. Then what do we do next? I like the fact that in terms of when you are applying to attend the conference, was to say that one of the recommendations was to hope that once the conference is done, is to solicit some sort of report to be able to share with the participants that have attended and also those that were envisioned to attend so that they can also be shared with decision makers and also possibly those strategic partners that have not been able to attend to see how we can be able to influence. But the most important thing that I want to take away is that I think what we have all agreed upon is that we have to continuously continue engaging, that the engagement does not stop here. So this should not be the first and should not be the last time when we are able to sit across the table and to be able to engage each other. Would we have loved to have more participants to engage? And as a doctor had alluded, especially on the issue of commercial banks and financial institutions forming part of it, yes, we would have loved them. I think I just want to share one thing before I conclude, is to say that as a result of getting funding from the GCF under a project called the CRAVE, which is all about climate resilient within the north extreme regions, there was a scheme that was being tested, which was crop insurance under the CRAVE project. Is that we have not been able to share those findings in terms of conclusive report, but the Environmental Investment Fund has started something of similar nature, and now we're also seeing institutions such as Old Mutual, I think, talked about trying to see if they can get involved in that sector. The other thing that I maybe also would share is that the role of commercial institutions and financial institutions in terms of the readiness capacity building that was shared by the TIDRED project under the EIF, is to say that the NDA, which is the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, has basically given a green light in terms to get to 4 entities from Namibia to source accreditation to the GCF. And one of those entities is Bank Windhoek that was present here. And they are also part of that process. So we might not necessarily be able to have benefited through the Nilaleg project, but there are other interventions which the EIF is trying to do to ensure that other entities in Namibia also have some sort of line of credit so that we can see that we shouldn't operate in isolation, but we should be able to work together so that when we work together, we don't necessarily also end up fighting for the small space that is there that we can be able to benefit. But definitively, colleagues, thank you very much for the participation. Thank you very much for making time to be here. And as the colleagues had alluded earlier, I think the engagement should be continuous. It should go. So Tawanda, I think the onus is on you. The responsibility is on you. We congratulate you and the organizing committee for ensuring that this has taken place. But please do ensure that the report is finished in a timely manner, shared with the participants that were here today, and also shared with the Office of the ED and also the UNDP and the EIF so that we can ensure to see whether we need to congregate other discussions that perhaps might be smaller, more strategic, and to see what interventions that we can be able to implement as a result of us gathering here. Again, also, I say thank you to the organizing committee for ensuring that this has taken place, and thank you again to you colleagues that made time to be here, to the media colleagues that were here but have left. Thank you very much for making this a success. So, and we do hope that we can have these engagements more frequently. On behalf of the Environmental Investment Fund, we say thank you and we wish you a blessed day further.
So thank you so much. We should drive safely back to our respective homes and see you soon. It's not goodbye. From me as your director of proceedings, yeah, see you soon. Thank you so much.